Okay, ma'am. Imam, if you don't mind, open us up.
Assalamu alaikum, everybody.
Alaikum assalam.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Ar-Rahmanir Rahim. Maliki Yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdina siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladina an'amta alayhim. Ghayril maghdubi alayhim waladdallin. Ameen.
Ameen.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, Moscast audience, our YouTube and our Facebook audience. This is our December 1st Sunday, which is the title we carry for this program, which is every first Sunday of the month. Since our leader, Imam Wadathuddin Muhammad, established it some time ago. Since his passing, I'm his son and his namesake, Wadathuddin Muhammad II. And since his passing, we've continued this program, which is a community program designed to kind of showcase and brainstorm some of the talents and some of the aspects of the nature of the work that we do, mostly our social community work in fields of education, business, and primarily religion here at the Mosque Cares Ministry of Imam Wadathuddin Muhammad, where our facility or our multicultural facility is not multicultural, our multi-purpose facility, which we used to shoot these programs before the epidemic, the pandemic, started in East Hazelcrest, Illinois. That's at 171st Street in East Hazelcrest. And we're blessed to have a large community, which is pretty diverse and spread out in most areas from the East Coast to the West Coast, and some in the South and the Midwest also, that participate and support the ministry of Imam Wadathuddin Muhammad. And I'd like to welcome everyone and encourage you to invite your friends and loved ones on. We have a pretty interesting program lined up today. We have the usuals. As you all know, you just saw Imam Muhammad opened us up, Ela Muhammad just opened us up with dua. And we have a program that starts with a Quranic studies lesson. And pardon me, actually we start with the health consortium. Since the pandemic, led by Imam Dr. Ramadan, Dr. Michael Ramadan. And we have some great information. I know you all are real anxious to hear from them. So, then we have our business program, and we have a guest speaker. I believe you all, most of us are familiar and know Imam Alfred Muhammad. He'll be here today. And also I'll be making some comments later on in the program. So welcome you all on the YouTube side and the Facebook side. We welcome you all to this December Moscast First Sunday community program. And thank you. I'm going to turn it over now to Imam Adil, who's going to bring in the health consortium, the Muslim Health Consortium, to have some comments on the program today. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Imam Wadathuddin Muhammad II. So inshallah, right now I see Sister Kadar and I see Imam Dr. Mikhail Ramadan. So we'll turn it over for them for the Muslim Health Consortium, inshallah.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you, Brother Imam Adil. And we'd like to thank Imam Wadathuddin Muhammad II and Mosque Cares for always giving us this opportunity to share with our community those things that we have looked into carefully as the Muslim Health Consortium regarding this pandemic that we're all dealing with. The last time we were on, we mentioned that some of the data was looking favorable, and we sort of happily stated that we could see some light at the end of the tunnel. Well, I have to say that still looking at that same data and more, the tunnel seems to be longer than we thought. We could see some caution flags down in the tunnel and some red flags way down there. And now these are getting closer. And by that, I mean, we have been dealing with the Delta variant of COVID virus that has been causing us the problem. It has overcome the Alpha, and now we have been dealing with the Delta. And initially, the statistics at the beginning of the fall and winter were going down, and we were pleased with that. There was various hotspots throughout the country that stood out, and those healthcare systems were really almost overrun, just as they were with the initial waves. And that has continued. And the pandemic has been primarily among the unvaccinated. Over 95% of the people that they're dealing with in those hospitalizations and serious illness and deaths have been among the unvaccinated. So that's been the picture. But in the meantime, we have a new player that's come on the scene. And this is the Omicron variant. And the reports are that it began in Botswana and South Africa, and it has been spreading throughout many countries in South Africa, and is now about in 40 countries throughout the world. We are really studying this variant, and we get more information each day from our studies from around the world. As we said, it's in now about 40 countries, and we do have it here in the United States. Some of the other early reports is that we have it in 12 states, and we have some later reports that we have it in 16 states. And in tracking this variant, we can see that it seems to travel about twice as fast as we did notice with Delta, about twice as fast. But the good thing about it is that the disease that it seems to be causing, at least so far, is not too severe. Some of the early symptoms which differ from the Delta are the severe fatigue, and scratchy throats and all. It's symptoms that don't, at least so far, call for severe disease or hospitalizations and no deaths to any extent so far. So that is good. But we had similar pictures early in the course with Delta. So we have to watch this carefully and monitor it and read the reports from all over the world. We have to keep in mind that things are still on a trajectory here in this country. We passed our 800,000 number of deaths in the US from COVID, and that's a fantastic or tremendous number of people who died. And here in Illinois, our 7-day average for COVID cases is about 6,000 cases a day. And we have about 37 deaths on the average per day here in Illinois. We are still in the battle with COVID, regardless of what you see and how relaxed our population wishes we could be and wishes that COVID was over. We are far from it. And we are still waiting for the uptake that we might get from the holidays that we just came out of, when people were visiting families and traveling all over in the airports and games and not wearing masks. So we may see a result in the numbers, uptick in the numbers of cases and serious illnesses for those people who are unvaccinated and may have contracted it in those settings. So we're watching the data closely. We still have maybe 60 million people who are unvaccinated, and they are the ready pool for the Delta variant and for the Omicron. And we know that data shows that 25% of that number of unvaccinated people refuse to take the vaccine under any circumstances. So these are facts that we have to deal with on a public health basis. And we are now about over 60% of the country fully vaccinated, and that is still well below what is required or necessary to achieve herd immunity, where the virus has difficulty finding a home in this location because so many people are vaccinated or have natural immunity. So we just want to add finally that about 200 million people have been given the vaccine here in this country, and that's good, but not good enough. So just want to close before I turn it over to my colleagues that it's not enough for us to have our population vaccinated. We also have to be concerned about the world's population, that they have to be vaccinated all over the world. Otherwise, we're not safe, and the virus is still mutating in those unvaccinated populations. So we have to be concerned about ourselves, but the whole world also. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Nurse Coral Kadar, and she will take our report further. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam. Thank you, Dr. Ramadan. And assalamu alaikum to the president of the Mosque Cares and to the wonderful team of workers who are supporting the ministry of our late leader, Imam Warthuddin Muhammad. I shouldn't say late leader because Imam Muhammad is right on time. And I keep saying that the things that he talked about were more pertinent for this moment than for when he was alive. I feel his working in our lives right now and guiding us by the grace of Allah. I'm honored to be in the presence of this beautiful congregation of believers. I don't have much to say really beyond what Dr. Ramadan said. He always does such a wonderful job of giving us an update and making us aware of where we are now. I'll just talk about some of the little sticky things that I hear people talking about. I have like 1 foot, 1 ear to the ground because I have a lot of young people around me. So I kind of know some of the issues that are contributing to vaccine hesitancy and confusion. So I'm going to repeat some things that we've talked about before, but because they need repeating. And I just want to say that although we did feel hopefully optimistic, we also put out some public service announcements back in September, kind of anticipating that I think we actually stated that we may have more problems with the Delta variant, but we also mentioned that we were looking at the possibility of a mutation of, a new variant. So we were optimistic, but we were also looking at worst case scenario and trying to give the community a heads up that winter could be a whole new situation. As Dr. Ramadan said, it looks like this variant so far is not causing as much overt disease. But I just want to tell you why vaccination continues to be important. I'll try to make this simple. Some people are hesitant to get vaccinated because they're worried that you're putting something in your body and you don't know, you're developing a spike protein, this one protein that covers the virus, and you don't know if somewhere 10 years from now, everybody's saying, well, it's a new vaccine, which is true. We don't know 10 years from now if it might spur some autoimmune disorder. And that's true. The CDC says that on their website. Even though we've seen wonderful success with saving lives, we can't, they can't guarantee that there might not be some issue 5 years from now because of the presence of this spike protein. I just want to remind everyone that the SARS-CoV-2 virus doesn't have just one protein. It has I think 28 proteins that your body has to manage. Some people say, well, when this messenger RNA is put into maybe it goes into your cell nucleus. So that's impossible. Nothing is impossible. Certainly a law could do that, but human beings don't know how, even when they're trying to get something in a cell nucleus, they have a hard time doing it. It is very, very difficult to put something in the nucleus of your cells. But guess what? The virus goes into the nucleus of the cell. The vaccine doesn't know how to do it. We don't have easy biochemistry. It's hard to get something into your cell nucleus. But the vaccine gets in there very easily. It gets in there and it actually takes over the instructions. So we're worried about the virus. The V words get me confused. I hope I said the virus knows how to get into your cell nucleus and it takes over. So we're worried that the vaccine that can't take over the propaganda messages, it can get into your cell nucleus and take over your. This is the most examined medical product in the history of medicine. There has been no medical product in the history of medicine that has had more medical and scientific eyes on it. At some point, though, this is not about medicine. At some point, I realized that people can give you facts, they can give you spreadsheets, they can give you data, but if our minds are fearful that we just don't trust, and that's understood. It is understood that we don't trust because we've been harmed. So at some point, you're going to take a risk. I remember hearing Imam Warithuddin Muhammad, may Allah forever bless him, say that if you have faith in Allah, you also have to have faith in human beings. I have seen some excellent practitioners that, in my opinion, are excellent and ethical in the institutions that we have, the CDC and NIH. And then sometimes I see things and I question, I say, well, why are they doing this? I think it's inappropriate for this financial connection to the pharmaceutical companies to be in place. But does it affect negatively how this product is being brought forth? We have to look at that. We might not like the way the NIH or the CDC is structured right now in the infrastructure and how They're relating with the pharmaceutical companies. By the way, that's partly our fault, because when we don't participate in our society, things go on behind the scenes that you don't have a say in. So this is the situation that we've allowed if we don't like it, but does not affect this product. So we can't get it confused. We can't get things confused. So we see wonderful scientists and doctors. In fact, we know that the African-American doctor scientist that led the team to develop the Moderna vaccine was an African-American young woman from among us. But then I hear some people say, well, you know, they're part of the system. And so at some point you have to take a risk. So it becomes almost like a spiritual question. And I told one person who was talking to me about this vaccine, they were so adamant about it. I said, you know, it's almost like being against the vaccine has become a religion for you. No matter what is said to you, it's almost like you have adhered to this and you don't want to let it go no matter what. It's almost become an ilah, a deity. And that's a human spiritual issue that we have to address within ourselves. I don't like being wrong. I will tell you, I don't like being wrong. It is painful to sit still with yourself and say, oh my gosh, I think I was wrong. I didn't understand that, or I misunderstood something, or I did something out of ignorance. I don't like it any more than anyone else, but sometimes I'm wrong and I have to say, oh my gosh, how did I make that mistake? Yeah, just yesterday, I made a terrible mistake with my car. I left the car running with the keys in it. Could have been a terrible, tragic. And I had to say, oh my gosh, oh Allah. I came home and made 2 rakahs and asked Allah, thank Allah for showing me what I did. And I told everybody in my house what I did, because I wanted them to benefit from me making a mistake, rushing around and not taking my time. So we have to get comfortable with being wrong. As human beings, we're designed to be wrong. The benefit, I believe that my understanding of our faith is that the great benefit of being human is that we can be outside of ourselves. We can look at ourselves from a different perspective and say, look at you. I talk to myself all the time. Oh my goodness, Cora, what are you doing? Why did you do that? Was that the best thing to do? When we are not capable of getting outside of ourselves to examine how we're making decisions, we are functioning just in a rote way. We're losing the best part of our humanity. So we have to think, what is making us so attached to this idea that we cannot ever, ever, ever trust an institution? I mentioned this to the health team. I've seen Dr. Fauci say, you know what, when I analyze what we were thinking before, we were wrong. We were wrong. And we had to make adjustments based on new data, based on new perceptions. I have so much respect for any human being that will say, you know what, we were wrong. Now we have to recycle and rethink. I've heard so many of these so-called natural health doctors, even some of them, promoting things that have been so detrimental to our people. And early on, I had medical doctors saying, don't wear masks because they raise up your cortisol and so on and so forth, and they'll increase the viral load. I've seen people passing away, not wanting to adhere to the guidelines. And the thing that's interesting about these so-called natural health doctors is I never hear them admit that they're wrong about anything. Even when you look back at their videos from 1.5 years ago and you see that they were saying things that contributed to illness and death, you never hear them, I don't at least, hear them come and say, you know what, we were wrong about some things. So you have to look at that. Are you trusting machines with your health, or are you trusting human beings? And in these institutions that we have that are imperfect, I have witnessed human beings who are striving for excellence, and sometimes they get things wrong, but they're more likely to admit, I'm wrong. I don't hear the people who are telling us, don't wear masks, don't believe that there's a vaccine, COVID. COVID doesn't even exist. Black people don't get COVID. I've heard that. That's what we were being told in the beginning. I have never heard those people who were saying that come back and say, oh my goodness, we were so wrong. So think about, we can't express to you enough what the data is showing. Dr. Ramadan shared with you what the doctors are seeing and who's getting sick. So the last thing I want to say about the virus versus the vaccine, back to this idea about what the virus can do to you negatively versus what the vaccine might do negatively. We talked about the fact that the vaccine is designed to create one protein so that the body can recognize that protein on the virus. If you get exposed to the COVID, the SARS-CoV-2 virus. Just think about this for a second. People say, oh, well, maybe the vaccine is going to cause long-term harmful effects because my body has been exposed to this spike protein, right? Wouldn't it stand true also that if you're in a very highly viral environment, even if you don't get sick, that you're in a viral environment, that your body does not have is managing a virus that is actually entering your cell nucleus and damaging organs and sometimes causing very mild symptoms. But then when we've seen people didn't even know they had COVID. They go to the doctor looks at their chest x-ray and say, we see lung damage. So isn't it possible that if creation of this one protein might cause problems 10 years down the line, isn't it possible that exposure to the virus itself without any protection might expose you to hidden risks, autoimmune issues 10 years down the line? We have to use our common sense and our logic here. And I know everybody's not a scientist, but we're trying to give as much as we can to help people think it through. And we're sharing it with this audience, not so much that we know this audience is very, very aware, but we're trying to give you tools for your community, for your family members, for your young people. We're trying to give you the logic that you can share with others. There's a big debate over whether vaccine immunity is better than natural immunity. We don't have time to go into that today. We could actually do a careful analysis of that. All we can say right now to you in the interest of time is that it is not logical. I'll just put it like this. It is not logical, and it might even be dangerous for the CDC to create policy hoping that natural immunity will be better than the vaccine in every individual. So even if you have some people where their natural immunity is kicking out COVID better than a vaccine, you can't create policy based on that. Policy is for the future. It's not in hindsight. So that's where I'm going to leave it. I'm sorry for talking so long. Remember the immune system, getting enough rest, healing our emotions, taking care of your teeth. I thought about that too. Dental health is really, really important. Some of you may be aware that people who floss their teeth have less heart issues, less bacteria. The teeth are very close to the heart. So keep good hygiene, good thoughts, vitamin D. Speak to your doctor, of course, about any supplement, but vitamin D in high doses the studies are showing that it's well tolerated and maybe especially needed in African Americans. I asked my son's doctor, the pediatrician, to test my son for vitamin D. He's very dark skinned. And she said, oh, well, no, we don't usually routinely do that. And I said, I know, doctor, but could you please just humor me? He's very dark skinned and he's been shut in because of the pandemic. If you don't mind, I really would appreciate it. I didn't say, well, you know, vitamin D is better. even though I know what the studies are, I try to stay humble with the practitioners. I don't want to, try to move ahead of them because I understand what they're trying to do. And she said, okay, mother, I will test his vitamin D. He was severely deficient. She called me up and she said, he's severely deficient in vitamin D. Start supplementing right away. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you for your time. And I'll give it back to, I don't see anyone else on the Health Consortium. I was looking for other members. I don't see anyone right now. So I'll give it back to Imam Adil.
I would like to, yes. Assalamu alaikum.
Yeah.
I would thank you, Sister Coral. I would like to just mention that we, regardless of how things are in the public, we want to keep in mind of what is actually going on in the environment. Okay, and that's different. What's happening with the public is impacted by policy and politics and people's feelings. But there is a viral infectious rate that's going on in your community and our community. And we just want to give you a quick example. In the masjid, we're doing some remodeling, and a masonry worker was working with a brother on one of the walls, inside walls, and neither of them had on masks. And what happened is this was the start of a small outbreak in our masjid. That masonry worker had some sniffles. He thought he just caught a cold, maybe a touch of the flu, but just regular what we think of cold, sniffles, and all. The brother who was working with him didn't have a mask on either. They both came down with more severe symptoms in a short time after that close contact. It had turned out that the masonry worker, he had a child in college, and his college child also had similar symptoms. So our brother got tested, and he turned out to be COVID positive. And so what the health and wellness team did is did contact tracing, everyone that the brother had been in touch with. And, he contacted them and found out if they had any symptoms and advised them to get COVID tested as well. Fortunately, thank Allah, none of his contacts were symptomatic. And so he, for a while, had moderately severe symptoms, nothing that warranted hospitalization, and he overcame them. But he was quarantined for 14 days, and now he's just coming out from his quarantine. And just another case that of the Omicron, I think there was a wedding that had occurred, and 12 members who were present in the wedding have tested positive for the Omicron variant. As we said, it spreads twice as fast. So, dear believers, we want you to keep in mind, wear the mask, keep the guidelines in mind, and by all means, if you haven't yet got your vaccine, do get it. The question you may have is, will its vaccine cover you for the Omicron variant? We suspect now that there is some crossover, but we now have studies underway to determine that. If there is a reduction in the efficacy of our current vaccines, for example, some of them may be 93%, will the Omicron variant take it down to 60%? Even if it does, that's still good. That's better than being unvaccinated, okay? So there's still questions that we don't have answered. We're seeing now that it's more infectious. We want to see if it looks like it's not causing more severe illness, but what's been the impact of our vaccines with the Omicron variant, that's to be determined. So stay tuned. We, the health team, are thank Allah on the case on your behalf. And we thank MozCares for this opportunity to share with you what we come up with. We'd like to turn it back over to you, Imam Adil.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Dr. Ramadan and Nurse Coral. Do you guys have time for maybe 5 or 10 minutes of questions?
Yes, we do.
So we want to open it up to our general audience for questions. If you have a question, just go ahead. We'll probably be taking about 2 to 3 questions, whatever we can get in the 5 to 10 minutes. And those on the YouTube side, please enter your comments or your questions into the chat, and then we'll ask it to Dr. Ramadan and Nurse Coral. But for those of you that are live on Zoom, please open up your mics at this time or raise your hand, and we'll take your questions.
What about that SARS that you mentioned?
Oh, yes. Sister Coral, many men, we heard you say, Nurse Coral, we heard you say something about
you had mentioned SARS,
COVID, I think she said.
COVID, and I had never heard those two mentioned together. I remember hearing about SARS before the COVID pandemic, and is there relations?
Yes, so the COVID, it's interesting because COVID-19 is the actual name of the disease that's caused by the SARS-CoV-2 virus. And this virus is a form of SARS. It's a type of SARS virus. Mm-hmm. They've given it a special name because it's not the same as the original SARS. It's interesting because I remember with some of the negative propaganda, they were saying, I was seeing videos saying, well, they already had looked for a vaccine for this virus so-and-so years ago, but it wasn't the SARS-CoV-2 that they were developing, that they were looking at. So, yeah, so I was trying to be accurate, but I realize it is confusing. The name of the virus that we were originally calling it, the new coronavirus or the novel coronavirus, we started out calling it the novel coronavirus, meaning a new coronavirus that had not been challenging human beings in the past. And then they actually gave it its own scientific name, which is the SARS-CoV-2. Maybe Nichelle, can you put that in the chat to everyone, what the actual virus is called? And then if you are infected with that virus, the disease is called, they've named COVID-19 disease.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, because I hadn't thought about that at all or made any connection. And most of us don't, we don't. And I really appreciate that. You actually, opened my mind to how these things work and how they are related. And I did have mentioned that the SARS was like upper respiratory type of thing, and it's similar to it. Yeah. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
I'm putting it in the chat now. Nichelle might have signed off.
Okay, we see we have one question. It looks like Brother Anthony.
Assalamu alaikum, Dr. Ramadan and Sister Cora. At one point that I want my daughter, she's also a DMP. and she has 2 units. And they just opened up one of her units as a COVID unit. And the biggest, one of the things that they're fighting with is shorter staff. Your healthcare workers are tired, and think of them. That's what they're asking. You know, you're not vaccinated, but they come in, they're sick, they're crying. But her biggest thing is trying to keep qualified nurses on staff, and they're running short, and the whole hospital is running short of staff. So for those who don't want to get vaccinated, think of someone else, because it's a real chore that they're having to do with there. So that was just a statement I wanted to give kudos to you and bringing.
Thank you, Imam Anthony. Thank you so much. That's such an important statement. Thank you so much for that.
It is, and that's the call out from inside the hospital to the rest of this community, is that it's not just a matter of personal freedom to wear a mask or not wear a mask, or to get vaccinated or not. Your decision has direct impact on the rest of the community. And almost the weakest link, or the link that is most vulnerable, is the healthcare link. Not to get vaccinated or not to wear a mask directly impacts those workers. They see those people who said, when they're taking their last gasp, I wish I had gotten vaccinated. Tell everyone to get vaccinated so they don't end up like this. And they see when they're not allowed to let the relatives come in the hospital under those circumstances. And that working in that environment day after day after day, when it doesn't have to be, really wears on people. It's almost a post-traumatic stress or burnout that they suffer. So please, not only for yourself, but also for others and for the community, include that in your decision making.
Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Okay, thank you, Imam Anthony. Were there any more questions in the chat on the Zoom side or for the YouTube side?
Imam Adil, while we're waiting, I just got a message reminder to remind people who are preparing to get vaccinated that you should eat a light meal and stay hydrated after the vaccine and rest. Some people feel weak. That's normal. Mild flu, cold symptoms is normal. Says that your immune system is working. I personally wish I had a lab to prove that there is some benefit in this. I have absolutely no proof that this is helpful, but my logic tells me that it's good and it's not harmful. That's the most important thing. I make a electrolyte drink. You can use Pedialyte, you can use Irish moss and water, whatever brings you healthy electrolytes, and vitamin C, and I put a little collagen powder, and I just drink on that after I get vaccinated, because I know that I'm putting good things in my body that my body can source for making antibodies. I don't know if that's beneficial, but it certainly it's not going to hurt you. It's good to have a nice, good vitamin C protein drink. So, and I hope I answered that. Nichelle messaged me directly to ask me to say that, and I hope I answered what she asked me to say.
Okay, thank you. It looks like we have another question, looks like from Imam Anthony. Go ahead, Imam Anthony.
Assalamu alaikum again. I meant to ask, what does a virus feed on? Is it the protein it feeds on? What feeds this virus, and how does it exist, to keep reproduction and keep mutating? Assalamu alaikum.
Right. The virus has one mission, and that's to find an environment, get in, and replicate. And that's what it does. And perhaps it doesn't I don't know if it intends to cause all of the damage that it does, but it triggers responses in its host systems that causes damage. Okay, it is a package of instructions. Okay, it's a package of instructions that has hooks that gets onto the cell and gets into the cell. And with that package of instructions, as Sister Coral said, it takes over. It takes over the body's machinery and it replicates, which is what it wants to do. And after it does that, it breaks out and it causes havoc. And that's when your body's immune system would come to bear. Now, your body's immune system, if it hadn't had any heads up, like from a vaccine or natural immunity, then it has to start from scratch. It has to contact, determine it's an enemy, and muster its forces and deal with it. If it has already had a heads up from the virus, from the vaccines, then it's already, as I said, locked and loaded. It has experience with those with the virus through the vaccine, and so then the time necessary to get the defenders on guard is shorter, and that's the time that keeps the host, you or I, out of the hospital and out of death. And that time is important because that's the time when it's replicating and causing what we call a viremia. And that's when it just spreads all through the system in the blood, okay, and does its damage in other organs. So that's what viruses do. Viruses infect plants, they infect bacteria, they infect people, animals, they infect other things, but they're very simple. They're just packages of instructions that go into the cell and have that effect. Sister Cora,
I was going to say, Imam Anthony, we think, viruses are not like living organisms, as Dr. Ramadan said. So it's hard to give an analogy of them feeding on something as a living substance would be eating and feeding. So you can't really make a good analogy of that, but they're feeding on your cells. That's what they're feeding on. That's what they need in order to take over and replicate themselves. They're feeding on you. You know what I mean? That's the thing. And they also take advantage of secreting certain substances that kind of camouflage them from your immune cells that are trying to attack them. They call those biofilms. They used to think that viruses did not create biofilms, but now they know they do. They thought just bacteria did. So it's like thinking of like a shield or a blanket. It's not like a shield, like a hard shield, but think like if you want to invade a place and you want to hide yourself, you're going to put something over yourself to try to enter so that they won't see you and you can just kind of duck around it. So when they produce these biofilms to give themselves cover from your immune system, but there are things that you can do to disrupt those biofilms for bacteria and viruses, like eating probiotics, like garlic, like ginger, the healthy foods that we've been talking about. One of the reasons that we are talking about them is because they disrupt the biofilms, the healthy bacteria, disrupt the biofilms that that viruses and bacteria use to camouflage themselves. So I know that wasn't your question, but it's kind of like the ultimate goal is what are they feeding on and how do they do what they do? The best way that we can to avoid them feeding on our cells is to not let them enter by masking and distancing and by giving our immune system that vaccine boost, which is telling the body, if you see this thing, do not let it take over. That's all the vaccine is doing. It's saying, if you see this protein come, do not let it enter. So it's giving your immune system a head start. And then eating those foods and minerals also, electrolytes disrupt biofilm. So, you know, just a healthy diet and doing some of the things we were talking about earlier can keep the viruses from eating even though they're not eating, but eating you know.
I'm more familiar with trees and the problems we've had in the last couple of decades and the spread and how the fight's the same. Those who deny it and those who see it, and when you do the study, it's the fight's the same, and how it affects plants. You know, Imam Muhammad said, you know, like plant life, the spread is going, and you got those who, you know, I don't know, but that's another story. It's about 20 years old now that I was in the middle of here in the state of Michigan, and it's spread all over the country. So it's and very deadly to certain plants.
Yeah, I was just Brother Andy, I was just mentioning to Ideal that I saw a plant next to a rose bush. I was at the post office the other day, and the plant, to all appearances, it looked just like the stalk of the rose bush, had the same leaves, but at the top of it was a bunch of flowers. I said, those are roses. So
Yeah,
it hid itself where, you know, it's like this rose has all these defenses. It's got thorns. Nobody's pulling the beautiful rose because it's got leaves. So life is like that too. You move it from an environment where it's comfortable, where it has the perfect temperature, has the perfect minerals and nutrients and everything it needs, but you deplete the soil of some of those things it needs. Next year, it might not survive. It might go dormant, or it may even die.
yeah.
And it sounds like that, although it's not living, but to me, it sounds a lot like a living thing. You know, if you leave it out in the air, if it doesn't find a host, it dies. Or it's
Absolutely,
dormant.
yes. If it doesn't find a host or something that.
So that's the beauty. That's the beauty of life. You know, that everything wants. Imam Muhammad said excellence. The blueprint that Allah gave on His creation is excellence, one of excellence. So everything living wants to be better. It wants to improve.
You know,
even bad things.
in denying it the designation of being a living thing, I think so much science is changing now, but because those 7 areas that require something to be considered a living thing are not present with the virus. I don't remember all of them: respiration, excretion, sexual reproduction. There's 7 areas that to be considered a living thing, you need to have some form, even if it's a very basic primitive form. Yeah. However, this form of existence, it affects living things, and it has some of those aspects like reproducing itself, but it's really focused on that one aspect of self-reproduction, you know.
Replication.
Yeah, replication. It's just focused on that one thing.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Still scared.
Well, we said, you know what, we said on the
more scary now. It's not living. No,
well, we reminded everyone on the Lifeline yesterday that we said, you know, the human being, they say that we are an earthly creature, a spiritual creature. Imam Muhammad said, called the cosmic soul, right? The cosmic child. We're a spiritual creature having a physical flesh experience, right? Viruses have been around a long time and have been incorporated actually even into the genome of the human being. There's viral DNA that's integrated into our DNA, and it's thought that part of that viral DNA is how the human placenta operates. So this is a tool that Allah has used even to help us to advance, to be able to be human. It's not all bad. That's the point that I'm trying to make. This is one virus that we haven't been exposed to, but Allah has used viruses for a great good for the human family to develop. So, I mean, hopefully we'll get through this and we'll be able to examine viruses, and maybe some of our young scientists, or maybe even our old scientists, will look at this replication pattern and say, wow, we're going to study, just like we studied the birds and figured out how to make airplanes and got inspired to fly. Maybe we'll look at viruses more closely, and it'll teach us how to, I don't know, replicate the model community life rapidly or something. Let's not. Yeah, we're gonna think of the positive somehow in all of this.
It's good.
We have to accept that
good and bad and everything. Yeah.
Indeed, we share this environment with a lot of different creatures, alive, not alive, and these little things have rights too. We learned that they have rights and they have missions, and they were designed by Allah, and they are a challenge to us, and they challenge us to overcome what they do, and they're on assignment. And the variants come up by the mathematical formulas that we don't know about, that Allah has put into place. And then they compete with one another to see who's best among themselves. And the winner is the one that we have to deal with. So it's all pre-programmed.
Yeah. Yeah, that's really amazing to me, that how something can potentially threaten our lives, but then our body can also defeat it. And once it's defeated, then, and Sister Coral, you said that viruses have been recognized in the DNA of our bodies, then ultimately this virus, once we defeat it or overcome it, it's a natural process, because it can become part of us, or in some way that we don't know about. Maybe we do benefit. Ultimately, it may be intended for us to ultimately benefit
Maybe.
from it in some way. You know,
Maybe. I think about that.
Yeah, because everything is a threat to us. When we're born, we rely upon our mother's immune system, and the milk she gives us to keep us alive long enough to for our immune system to get strong enough to handle just the environment that we're born into, because we're born into a completely different environment than the one we're formed in. That Allah forms us in the wombs of our mothers, which is a liquid, it's dark, we're not eating with our mouths, it's a totally different world. So it's amazing. It's fascinating.
I'm glad you mentioned pregnancy. I'm so glad you mentioned that, because COVID outcomes.
That's what had me thinking.
Yeah, no, COVID outcomes are we're seeing that women who have COVID do poorly. Not all, but can do very poorly. I'll say it like that. And the American College of Obstetrics and Gynecology is now recommending that pregnant women get vaccinated, or if you're planning to get pregnant, you get vaccinated. And remember, in the beginning of the pandemic, they weren't sure. That wasn't, a recommendation, because you can't really do certain kinds of studies with pregnant women. But so many pregnant women wanted to get vaccinated, they started soon seeing the difference between women that were pregnant and vaccinated, those that were not. The antibody that your body develops from the vaccine go to the baby and can go into the breast milk. So I try to just remind, women that why wouldn't you offer your baby the blessing of those antibodies coming into this viral environment?
I have one more question I want to ask you about. You mentioned vitamin D. What is the best source, and how? I'm kind of perplexed, maybe because I don't fully understand. Your vitamins D, I was told by, I think it would have been my doctor, that it's a steroid that you actually
It's a
get
hormone,
from the sun.
actually. Yeah.
Yeah. So
It's
how do you put that? How do you pack it? How can you take that in a pill or shot or whatever? What is it?
Well, vitamin D is a hormone. I'll let Dr. Ramadan speak on it also. Vitamin D is a hormone. It functions in the body as a hormone. and your body manufactures it from the sun, and most of us know that. And the vitamin D that's most useful to your body, it takes time. Like if you take a pill, the vitamin D3 pill, that pill is not automatically going to help you to access the type of vitamin D that you need to strengthen your immune system. There is a version of it that you can take. It's expensive and you probably need a prescription for it. But it takes about 2 weeks, Dr. Ramadan, does it take about 2 weeks for your body to convert like the pills into the useful vitamin D?
Right.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So when I mentioned vitamin D, I was talking about taking the supplements, but understand that it takes a few weeks for your body to convert that into a very useful form of vitamin D that can bolster your immune system.
Yeah. So what's a healthy amount of sun for the average person? I know.
Oh my gosh, I've heard them
for
say
Black
that.
people suntan.
I've heard that for African Americans, I'm reading some studies that are saying like, in order to really strengthen your vitamin D, you should be outside for like 2 hours a day. It's impossible.
No,
It's
it ain't.
impossible to do what, when we were here working in the fields, working on the farms and the fields, we were good. But we don't do that anymore. And we were benefiting in ways that, Allah has a way of blessing you. We were benefiting from the melanin, protection from the sun.
Let's say you work near in an office that has a window that lets sunlight in.
No,
what about that? Is that too much?
The glass
much
filters out the rays that you need. I forgot
Okay.
the two different rays, but the rays that you need in order to develop vitamin D are filtered out by the glass of the window. Yeah.
Mhm. You can see that, the melanin in our skin was protective when we were in the sun all the time, historically. Okay, when we were out in the sun, the melanin was protective. We didn't burn as easy. We didn't take much sun to get adequate vitamin D. But when civilization changed, we're now not outside as much. We are now not getting the outside exercise. So the protective melanin now doesn't allow that much sunlight to penetrate. And so many of us are deficient in vitamin D. And just as Sister Coral said that she did with her son, check to see if the vitamin D levels are adequate. And many of us are now on vitamin D supplements. And we have found that vitamin D plays a real role in the susceptibility to COVID-19 and, and cancer and a lot of things. So vitamin D is very important. If you, some purists might disagree with me, but if you can get a good multiple vitamin with adequate vitamin D, pop your multiple vitamin daily, okay? And if you're not getting the prescribed pill for your vitamin D, at least take that so that you know you're getting some.
Okay, thank you. We have one question, and then after that question, Dr. Ramadan and Nurse Kadar, if you don't mind just making your closing remarks after that question, and then we'll transition into the next portion of our program, which is the Quranic Arabic discussion with Imam Elam Muhammad. So, Tahir, with your question.
Yes, assalamu alaikum. I do have a question. I asked this question on a Lifeline yesterday, but I just need to ask it again. Can you explain again, what is it about the host that mutates the virus? Is it something in their body in collaboration with the virus that changes the virus? Like, how does that process work and why does it mutate and how? Thank you.
I was going to take a crack at it, Dr. Ramadan. I know you answered it yesterday. and I'll let you go. But I was trying to understand the question yesterday, and I think I understand it a little bit better today, or how I would answer it. So remember we said that when you get vaccinated, your body creates spike protein, and when the virus comes, if you get exposed to the virus, your body already has seen that spike protein, and it's like, no, you're not coming in. And it can't replicate in you. It can't replicate in you because it's already put the soldiers out. Those soldiers have seen that protein before, put them out there, you're not coming in. But suppose you have a person who has some protection. Maybe they don't have the spike protein. They have some kind of immune response to the virus. And the virus can get in, and the virus now wants to replicate. So the virus is pushing itself biochemically to develop the ability to get into different cells and to replicate itself. The virus has biochemistry is math. Chemistry is math, right? So the virus can do quick mathematical calculations on how to create different proteins and different, so that it can figure out how to get into this. I couldn't get into that cell. Maybe I can change myself this way to get into this cell. Maybe I can develop another protein and I can get into this cell. So when the virus is not completely blocked, it's constantly running like a computer program. Think of it like that. Think of what it has to do to continue to replicate without being fought off by your whatever weak protection you might have. When you have strong protection, it's like, no, you're not getting in. When it's weak protection, the virus can kind of escape that protection by calculating. How am I doing, Dr. Ramadan? How am I doing with this?
You're going.
Okay. Am I making any sense to you?
Yes, I'm following it. It's like this virus is like a genius, and it's finding its way. It's like that's what I'm getting. Like, it's very intelligent and finished. But I'm following you. But
don't think about intelligence like a human. Think about intelligence like a computer. Okay. Like a computer game, like a game of Tetris or something. Like something that's just trying to create different ways of doing what it wants to do. And the virus is a genius. It's been created by Allah to see how it can survive and make changes in itself. Okay, this little elbow is not getting in this corner. I'm gonna cut this elbow off and grow this hand because I can go this way. So it's constantly trying to mathematically or biochemically make changes in itself so that it can be more successful at invading your cell nucleus.
So then why is the Oma, I forgot this new one. Why is that in South Africa? Why did it start in South Africa and not in another country somewhere? Like,
Dr. Ramadan, I'll let you handle that.
Yes. All right. Let me, these mutations, it's mutations that are occurring. And these mutations are occurring randomly. Okay, it's like cards being, being shuffled. And sometimes the proper genes don't hook up with the other genes that they should in making the chain. And when that happens, and it happens all the time, okay, that's going on all of the time, it actually produces a new protein. okay, because the instructions get changed, okay? The instructions get changed, and the instructions for building proteins are changed. Now, a new protein gets developed. So how does that new protein, does it work better or does it work worse in the machinery? Well, that's what the virus has to find out. Is this going to make things work smoother or not? If it makes it work smoother, good. The next question is, will it give it a competitive advantage? Will it make it go faster, more transmissible, more deadly, or overcome the antibiotics or vaccines that it has to encounter? And it's all done randomly. Random mutations, random protein development, and random competitive testing out there in the world of viruses. And the winner, whoever is the winner, is what we have to deal with. So it's not that not that the host does anything. All of these things happen among the viruses. All of this happened among the viruses. The host, me, everybody, South Africa, Europe, were just places for this to occur. And where the impact of those mutations and new proteins and competitiveness crosses over into people, okay? And the virus doesn't know, and we don't know until we see what comes out. And that's where we are with Omicron now. The virus didn't do it intentionally. It had no planning, no forethought. Nope, it was all random mathematics in competition. And then here we are trying to see what was the outcome of all of this. And that's how it works. And these mutations are going on in all other cells too, not just in these in viruses. Okay, mutations are occurring. Okay, but in viruses, they have a direct impact on us.
Dr. Ramadan, can you address the idea of where this Omicron started? I know you talked about it the other day, the fact that South Africa is kind of holding the bag, but can you just address that?
Yeah, okay. See, South Africa is catching the short end of the stick. They're getting the least vaccines that come out. They have to, and the rest of the world knows that they are like a petri dish there. So they have some of their top scientists there doing genomic surveillance to see which of these viruses come up and are bad to human beings. They are very good at determining that, which turns out to not be too good for the South Africans, because as soon as they find one and inform the rest of the world, they're barred from air travel and other things. They're like quarantined, and that takes a hit on their economies. But it's really nothing. It's wherever the large pools of unvaccinated people who don't have natural immunity to that variant are located, that the same random process that we just described can go on.
And so Dr. Ramadan had brought to our attention that even so, the fact that South Africa had the science to detect Omicron does not mean that it started there, that variant first sprouted in South Africa. You understand? It had the science to detect it, but it may have been somewhere else and they may not have reported it because they didn't want to be labeled as having spurred this new variant. You know what I'm saying? So it's almost like their expertise is in detecting these things, but it does not mean that the virus mutated in South Africa.
And just to add, remember the first one came from Wuhan, China, okay? It came from China and may have come from bats. See, the viruses can come from animals. We can transmit them to animals and they may come from animals, which are scary, okay? That not very good. Some of these, when they can cross from animals to human beings, you know, they're now finding, as you know, COVID in dogs and cats and other animals. And so, you know, viruses is just mathematics. It's just mathematics, and whoever will accept them as a host, wherever they can set up housekeeping.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ramadan and Nurse Coral. We have one more question from my iPhone, but we're going to ask the person with the iPhone, if you don't mind, for the sake of time, just entering your question or comment in the chat, and inshallah, the Muslim Health Consortium can answer your question in the chat if they don't mind. So at this time, Dr. Ramadan and Nurse Coral, if you wanted to close out your presentation for the day, and then we'll transition to the Quranic Arabic discussion with the Imam Ila Muhammad.
I'll just say thank you for the opportunity, and we're praying for everyone to stay safe and to just maintain the basics, and Allah is with us. Inshallah, we will get through this together.
Alhamdulillah, thank you. I too like to thank the Mosque Heirs, Imam Worth Dean Muhammad II, for this opportunity to share this information with everyone. And we just want to close by emphasizing that the best tool that we have now is the vaccines. Always, when you go into any battle, it's good to be in shape, okay? So you want to be in your best health. Whatever age you are, be healthy. Keep your heart in good, your lungs in good shape. You know, keep your endurance up. And if you have a good tool that you can fight with, which in this case is the vaccine, you want to use that tool. Okay, use it effectively, and upgrade whenever it needs to be upgraded. And that's what we're doing with the boosters, as the science indicates. So we just thank Allah for his blessing of science and the curiosity that he gave man, and the challenges that he gave us to keep us sharp. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Dr. Ramadan. There is one thing that entered my mind, is the age limit for the vaccines. Has it been lifted, or what? I hear the progress was good for children under, I think there was teenage, like 11 or 12 at one time. Now they're going under 12 now? Under?
Yes, yeah, 5 to 11 has been approved.
5 to 11, okay.
5 to 11 has been approved, yes. And we're working on even less than that. They're working on 5 to infancy. And,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. My daughter came home from school the other day. She asking me if she could go and get vaccinated. And so I said, yeah, I just have to make it, you know, we just have to go do it. That's it, yeah. Okay, she'll be 11, a couple months, 10, she's 10 now, okay.
Very good.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ramadan and Nurse Coral from the Muslim Health Consortium. Thank you for the information. So those who had questions, please enter them in the chat, and inshallah, the Muslim Health Consortium will answer those in the chat, as well as provide their information on how to contact them via email, inshallah. Okay, at this time, we're going to turn it over to Imam Elam Muhammad for the Quranic Arabic discussion. And after Imam Elam Muhammad with the Quranic Arabic discussion, we'll proceed with the business and technology presentation presented by Abdul Rashid Akbar, which will then be followed by comments from our leader and president, Imam W.D. Muhammad II, which will lead into the featured guest presenter, which is Imam Alfred Muhammad. So at this time, we present to you the Quranic Arabic discussion with Imam
Elam Muhammad. I think the screen might have froze. Imam Adil, could you make me a share screen so that I can use the a whiteboard? Assalamu alaikum, brothers and sisters. This is the Quranic Arabic discussion, and it's dealing with the Quran, the Arabic in the Quran, and the Arabic in the Quran sets the standards for the Arabic in the academia. That's which is taught in the colleges and university, and so forth, and which is so unique. The feature that we're going to deal with today is we're going to use one word. Just going to highlight it. It's a verb. Amila means he worked, and I saw it. I'm sure I read it many times in the Quran, but it probably didn't penetrate. It's on the obituary of Imam Hafiq Alim Muhammad, and it's chapter 16, verse 97. And I didn't know Hafiq's middle name was Worker, and it's so important that Allah says that enter ye my workers into the paradise. May Allah accept him in paradise, and I truly feel that he's in the highest level of paradise in my heart and soul for what he did, and for all of us in the community. So, Amilad, let's see if I am able to go to the whiteboard. Yes, I am. Okay. And so, in teaching Arabic, the first thing they teach is the alphabet. And I was looking through the college book called Modern Standard Arabic. Its first 10 chapters before it actually go into the grammar itself is alphabet, each letter of the alphabet. And it takes time, taking one letter at a time. So you need to know the alphabet, the sounds, the signs, the way that it looks. And then once you learn the alphabet, and you have to be artistic, you have to learn how to draw these letters of the alphabet. Then after you do the letters of the alphabet, then you proceed to words. And so the grammar books, they start out with nouns. Nouns means person, place, or things like in English, but also adjective, adverbs, and pronoun. And so if you know the nouns in Arabic, if you know the adverbs in Arabic, if you know the adjectives in Arabic, you can get to the root knowledge, the three-letter root. And the three-letter root is a verb, and it's 3 letters. It's a verb, and it's past tense. And so starting with the root, then the word development evolves to different levels, and just by knowing the verbal root. And also it says that the Arabic language is made of 3 things. One of them is nouns, the other one is verbs, and the other ones is particles. So again, 3 things. It's very simple, not complicated. And so if you know nouns, if you know the verbs. And if you know the particles, and there's many that's in that classification of particle, but the most common that you see many times is prepositions. Preposition is a particle. And so the verse that we're going to use, like I said, is chapter 16 and verse 97. And within this verse, you can actually see almost my whole. I did 7 independent videos of different parts of the Arabic language. I did it about 7 years ago, and it's on called the program Live Stream. And all you have to do is enter my name, ELAM, last name is Muhammad, and you can write down adjectives, and it'll take you right there. I paid $40 a month just so people can go to that site and look at that video. And then the next one would be nouns. Then the next, I think, would be verbs, and then pronouns, and then adolpha structure, and so forth. So this one verse pretty much got the majority of the grammar that that I put on those 7 videos. And you can see the basic structure in Arabic of grammar that's just like in English. In English, you have a sentence which has a subject and a predicate, and that's a simple sentence. And then you have in Arabic, you have a sentence that has a verb in it. They have a verb. So Hasik's middle name was Amil, and it comes from this verb right here. Amila, Amila. It means to work, and it's at its root, the 3-letter root. So when you deal with verbs, you have to know that the verb starts with a 3-letter root, and then they have a set step-by-step conjugation of the verb. You conjugate the verb just like in English. If you have the verb to be, you say I am, you are, he or she is, and so forth. And if you're going to do like work, I work, you work, she work, he works, and so forth. So you conjugate the verb. So the model that you use, and you will find it in college and so forth. And this is Fusha. Fusha is classical Arabic, and that's what they teach in college. And that's what the Quran is, Fusha. So the 3-letter root they use as a model, as a standard, as something to measure up to, is the verb fa'ala. And it basically means he did. And really, in the form it is, you don't even need this word here. Huwa means he. However, when they conjugate it, they do show that. Huwa fa'ala means he did. So it starts out, I'm just going to do 3. It starts out as you conjugate it. Ana means I. And here's the structure. Now, if you don't know the alphabet, you're lost already. And you should know the alphabet. You should learn the alphabet and learn it 1 letter at a time. Maybe learn 2 or 3 of them. In fact, if you take 1 letter of the alphabet and learn that 1 letter of the alphabet a day, in 30 days, you have the alphabet. Myself, I probably learned about 12 or 13. And then as I moved along in class and started learning the words, I picked up the rest of the alphabet. And for L2, so I did take Arabic in college for almost 2 years. Me and my wife. These are the people that, when I was imam in Lansing, Michigan, it was about 6 of us that took that class. And we traveled back and forth from Lansing, Michigan to Detroit to 2 days a week, 2 hours class, and plus I worked full time. and travel about 50 or 60 miles down and back, and to learn that Arabic language. And so then I've worked with Imam Daniel Kareem, assisted him after I left Michigan. And then of course, I'm on the board of trustees of the Mosque Cares, and I was on the Imam Muhammad put me on that board of trustees, and we're in the Arabic class that he had from 2001 to 2006. The adults were allowed in 2003 to 2006. So, okay, that's a brief summary. So back to Fa'ala. Ana for L2 means I did. It's past tense, I did. The next one, okay, anta, that's a pronoun. Your personal pronoun. Anta for L-ta. And okay, so this is, and then as you move farther down, you have the, I'll take that off, but fa'ala. So now notice, this is 3-letter root, fa'ala. That's the rule that will work. But the one that the verb we're using is amila. So it's a little different. So how do you conjugate that? All you do is take your tool, your model, change the model. And when you change the model, so you have the ayn has a fatha, the meme has a kasra, the lam has a fatha. So with fa'ala, you change the fa has a fatha, the ayn has a kasra, the lam has a fatha. So when you conjugate it, then the model of your conjugation, like you have fa'alatu, you change it to fa'ilatu, ana fa'ilatu. Then for anta, it will be anti fa'ilata. Hopefully you can see it. Let's see. Let me do it right. Fa'il. All right. Okay, I'll move it. Looking at my time. Okay. And put it back up here. And for iltu, instead of fa'altu, it's fa'iltu. Anta. Okay, that means I did. And te, fa'il te. Te, it means you did, masculine. So you would take fa'ala and you would say ana amiltu, means I worked. Amila is really huwa, he worked. Then anta, I'm not going to take you all the way through the conjugation. Join my class or join any class. I just encourage you to join anybody who's teaching Quranic Arabic, and they do it quite well. A meal of two. No, it's a meal tat. Oh, yeah, I have to always go back over and tat. Anta amil ta. Then the next one would be anti amil t. Who amila here amilat nahnu amilna, and then you go on down. So amila. All right. So now since I went into the three-letter root of the verb amilah, now let's take a look at the verse that I put on the board that was using Hasic obituary, and it starts out with man. And man means who? Man means who? And if you have the alphabet sheet that you can follow along, you see the first letter is a ma, second letter is a noon, and has a sukun. Man means who? Man means who? And then the next word is the verb that we just worked with. Amilah, straightforward. And it'd be he worked. Man amilah. That means whoever worked. Or whoever worked. Okay, that's how it reads. And so you got the subject is man, which is who. Then you have, just like in English, you have an object of the sentence or object of the verb. Salihan. And Salihan means whoever worked righteousness. Salihan. It has a three-letter root. It's easy to find the three-letter root of this. Let me break down the other word. Meme, lamb, amilah. And Salihan would be the sod, the lamb, the ha, and the aleph with a double fatha. Salihan. And so you can break this one down to the three-letter root because it just has one extension that's added to it. The three-letter root would be the sod, the lamb, and the ha. So amilah, you can look up in the dictionary and show you the dictionary. Let me come off a second. This is the dictionary that Imam Muhammad used in his class, along with Hans Ware. And you can get it at WDM Publication. And it's an excellent dictionary, and Imam Muhammad approved this dictionary. In fact, the person who did it, a lot of people wanted to get the approval of the Imam or endorsement of the Imam. And he presented this dictionary to the Imam, and the Imam Muhammad said, it's a very good dictionary, and he approved it. So it helps you by using the dictionary, and the dictionary helps you improve your vocabulary. And so the class that we have, it just amazed me that how quick they are able to use this dictionary and pull up the words that's there. So Salihan, if you look it up in the dictionary, start off with the saw, then the lamb and the ha, and it means righteousness. So the sentence that we first started out is that whoever works righteousness, then okay, so you got, so in the structure, man is a relative pronoun, so it's a pronoun. But look at it. When we said Arabic is made of three things. One is a verb. I'm just putting it out of order, but the three things. Here's our verb, amilah. Then you have nouns. Well, Salihan is a noun. Salihan is a noun. And is being worked on by the verb because it is the object of the verb, has a double fatha. Salihan. The noun itself, the rule of nouns that nouns have to be a definite and indefinite. That means you have to have an aleph lam. And then, so this one would be because it's a sun letter. Salihu, that's definite. Salihu, and then the noun is also indefinite. Then it would be Salihun. So it's a righteousness, the other one is the righteous. A righteous, one, and the righteous. And whoever works righteousness. So now here's your verb. Then asalihu, or salihan is a noun. Then the next word is men. That means from or among. Among. Men means among. And it's a preposition. And so here we have noun, verb, particle. Arabic grammar is made of noun, verbs, and particles. And so men. Now, men is unique. And that's why you need to actually focus on learning the your alphabet and the meaning of words. I'm gonna put two words up here. One is a relative pronoun. Man means who. This one is a preposition. Men means from and among. From and among. One is a preposition, one is a relative pronoun. So just with the voweling, you change the meaning of a word. And this is a classic example, man and men. And many people have problems with that one. So then it says, among who? Here's another noun. Zakarin. Okay, I just by the ending, I know this is a noun. So you have another noun. So with that men, you have a man, which means who, works righteousness. And now you have what is called a prepositional phrase, men Zakarin, prepositional phrase. So you have a sentence with a subject and a verb and the object of the verb and a prepositional phrase, men Zakarin. Zakarin is easy to look up the three-letter root. This is a noun, and the three-letter root is Zakara. And you can look it up and you see it does means thinker. It means to reflect. Then as you go into it, it does mean a thinking man, but also Zakarati means thinking women. So it means to think, to reflect. And there's a verse in the Quran, وَذِكْرُ Akbar. And the thinking on God is the greater, or the reflection on God is the greater, the remembrance of God is the greater. But this is a noun. So we got another noun, which is the object of the preposition. And then owl means or. Owl means or. And I got about 8 minutes or so. Owl, or. Then you got untha. And it is translated as woman. Untha. And it's a noun. I'm not going to go any farther than that at this particular point. And so it says, whoever works righteousness among the men and women. Okay, so you got two, the prepositional phrase is men and women. Men or women, men or women. Okay. The next is a simple sentence. It's called the equational sentence in academics. It means that it's a sentence that you do not have a physical verb that you see. However, so it's classic. First of all, whereas just means and. That comes next. Next is the pronoun, who. So you have to learn pronouns. Anna means I, ante means you, male, auntie means you, female, hua means he, here means she, nahnu means we, and so forth. So hua, and then you have your classical simple sentence. And what you see is hua means he, mukminun means believer. So really in English is he, believer, he, believer. So the verb has to be understood, and it would be, and the verb that's understood is the verb I am, you are, he or she is, you were, I am, you are, he or she is. Okay. And okay. And so it's the present tense of the verb to be. I am, you are, he or she is. Okay. So huwa mu'minun, you see, he is believer, he believer, you had to put in, he is a believer. He is a believer. Mu'minun is a noun. It's indefinite. It will be al mu'minu for definite. Indefinite is mu'minun. So, and he is a believer. Okay. Then, since I got 5 minutes, I'll put this one word over and then go right to the bottom. So let me translate. It says, whoever, I'm gonna use Yusuf Ali, whoever works righteousness, man or woman, and has faith, verily to him will we give a new life, a life that is good and pure, and will be bestowed on such their reward according to the best of their actions. So that's the translation. The next word is nuk yi yanahu. I'm not going to put it on the board. 3-letter root is hayaya, and it means a living life. Like we say hayat to dunya, the life of this world, or hayya ala salat, come alive to prayer. Then the next, so it's fela nuk yi yanahu. It has a pronoun of it will, who is a pronoun. Therefore, it will give him a new life. Then it says the type of life is hayet ten toyibetin, a good and pure life. Good and pure life. Again, hayet ten is a 3-letter root. Hayya, it's just the noun. We just did the verb. Now this is the noun. Life toyibetin is a noun. Indefinite, both of these are indefinite, but actually toyibetin is an adjective. Adjective looks exactly like noun, and the adjective comes after the noun in Arabic. So it really reads life good. In English, it would be good life or pure life. So the adjective is a mirror image. Then the next one is where okay, and that's and we will give, and indeed we will give them, indeed we will give them their award, or we'll award them. And the 3-letter root of that word, if you are looking at it in dictionary, not in dictionary, in the Quran, it says give you the reward, the 3-letter root. And then I got about 3 minutes. Okay, that's the 3-letter root. And it means to reward. It means other things too. But this is the same one that would be like juice. And that would be like part. But it also means reward as you go into a higher definition. Then you have ajrahum, which means their reward. Then the next word is bi'ahsani. Again, there's another noun, but it has a preposition with excellence. Their reward with excellence. And ma means what? Ma. Ma means what? I'm sorry if you I was not able to put it all on the board with my time, and I have plenty of time to do what I wanted to do. Can do is next. That's a verb. What? What? And means you are. Then finally, it ends with the verb that started out. I mean, Luna, and this is where we're going to conclude. It's in a present tense form of the verb. Amaluna, not Amiluna. Amaluna. So here's the conclusion. We started out with past tense. Amila. And you conjugated ana, amila, anta, amilet, no, anta, milta, anti, milti, hua, amila, nahnu, amilna. Here, then once you learn the past tense, you got to learn the present tense. And I don't have time to go into the present tense, but until you learn the past tense, you won't be able to learn the present tense. But at the 3-letter root again is me, la. And I'll conclude again by reading what I'll read it in Arabic and translate it. من عمل صالحا من ذكر أو أنثى وهو مؤمن فلنحيينه حياة طيبة ولا نجزينهم أجرهم بأحسن ما كانوا يعملون, which means whoever works righteousness, man or woman, and has faith, verily to him will give a new life, a life that is good and pure, and will bestow on them, bestow on such their reward according to the best of their works, best of their actions. My brother Hathik was a worker. This verse fits him to a T. Assalamu alaikum. I am done.
Wa alaikum assalam. Thank you, Imam Elam Muhammad, with the Quranic Arabic discussion. If you don't mind providing your email, if you hadn't already done so, Imam Elam, where the believers can follow you or get those.
Yeah, I had put it in the chat just before I started.
Excellent.
It's in the chat, and my email address, and then it's just before what a lot of the question and answer. But you have to scroll down, and you will see it. I'll put it back in later.
If you don't mind voicing it for our YouTube audience, so they'll have it.
Okay, voicing it. Yeah, it's Elam Muhammad. ELAM. My last name is MUHAMMAD, and the email address is Rafia1, RAF as in Frank, IAH1, Rafia1 at msn.com. That's M as in Michael, S as in Sam, N as in Noon.com, COM. Rafia1 at msn.com. And if you want to be a part of the class or you have any questions, please email your name, telephone number, your email address to join the class. And I do have a class I conduct it 5 days a week. And so if you want to join the class, name, telephone number, and email address, that way I can send you the material that we're working with in the class. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Imam Elam. All right, we're going to proceed to the next portion of our program, which will be the business and technology presentation by Brother Abdul Rashid Akbar, which will then be followed by comments from our president, Imam W.D. Muhammad II, the president of the Mosque Cares Ministry of Imam W.D. Muhammad, and then we'll close with our featured guest speaker, Imam Alfred Muhammad. So we're going to go now to Brother Abdul Rashid Akbar in the business and technology presentation.
Alhamdulillah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I bear witness only there's no God but the one God, Allah. And I bear witness openly that Muhammad is his messenger and the seal of the prophets. I greet all of you with the greetings of peace. Assalamu alaikum. I thank the mosque cares, Imam Waziruddin Muhammad II and the mosque cares for allowing me again to present this first Sunday, mosque cares first Sunday program. In terms of business and technology, that's the focus of the presentation today. And I'm going to encompass both of those and the videos that I'm going to share. Thank Allah. I think we took care of that issue with the sound that we had last time I presented with Zoom. So I'm going to share my screen and begin. Let me first tell you the videos that you're going to be seeing. I'm going to be dealing with several subjects. The first one I want to inform you of is an interview that Kai Rizdal, he's a host of Marketplace, and he did with the CEO of Visa, the CEO of Visa. I'm going to play that video, and what I want you to pay particular attention to is what he says about small businesses, and look at what the future is looking at for small business. All right, so let me first share my screen. First, I'm gonna click on share my sound so that you'll be able to hear. I'm gonna share my screen. And I wanna go to that particular video first. So let me bring these up. And this is what it's called, digital first mentality will accelerate for shoppers and sellers. All right, so I'm going to play the video now because it's a video. There may be a advertising in it, but I can't do anything about that. But let's go with the video and the audio.
This is Marketplace. I'm Kai Rizdal. So let's pick up on what Mitchell was talking about a couple of minutes ago, all right? The where do things go from here thing in this economy right now. As we say, I don't know, only all the time on this program, it's all about the consumer. So who better to talk to than somebody who runs one of the biggest financial services companies in the world and who's got some unique insights into the billions of consumer goods and services transactions that happen every single day. Al Kelly is the chairman and CEO of Visa. Mr. Kelly, welcome to the program.
Hi, great to be with you. Thank you.
Give me your guts, sir. How you feeling about this economy right now with the new variant and all of that?
I think we're well into a recovery, Kai. Debit and e-commerce carried the day during the pandemic, but we're starting to see the affluent customer back in the market. Credit card volumes are accelerating. Starting to see face-to-face volume accelerating again. You know, the new variant, it's early days. Obviously, we'll track it, but I think the recovery that we're in has an awful lot of momentum. I think the appetite for people to go back into lockdown is very low, and I'm hoping a lot of people get out and get vaccinated.
Do you worry at all about the ability of the American consumer, upon whom all of this fundamentally relies, to keep on going and driving us through the end of this thing?
I think the American consumer in general is tired of what we've been dealing with the last 22 months. I also think during that 22 months, Kai, we've seen some behavior changes. So American consumers at increased numbers have gotten comfortable shopping online. Millions and millions of people have shopped online who never shopped online before the pandemic.
So all of that's great for, the larger companies and down into sort of medium-ish sized businesses who can deal with the online thing and have been able to make that transition. Do you worry at all about small businesses and them being able to make that turn? Because all of this happens so fast for them.
I do worry about small businesses, Kai. Those that were omni-ready, had good websites, were able to adopt quickly to a new way of working where perhaps the consumer ordered online and picked up their item in the store or at curbside. If you don't have a way for people to reach your business from their home office or their bed or their car or any other site, and the only way they can reach you is by going to your actual store, you're going to be left behind as a small business owner.
This is kind of an obvious thing to say, but I think a lot of people probably need to hear it. We're never going back to the way it was, right? As far as you're concerned.
I don't think we are. I think cash digitization is real. In the last year, people used their Visa debit card to get cash. That volume was up 4%. When people use their debit card to actually buy goods and services, that volume was up 23%. So we had almost a 20-point difference between using the debit card to get cash versus using the debit card to shop. Pre the pandemic, Kai, those numbers were very, very close to one another. And that kind of digital first mentality on the parts of the American consumer and merchant is going to continue to accelerate.
Yeah. One last thing I wanted to ask you about, Mr. Kelly, while I have you on the phone. This whole trend toward buy now, pay later. Visa's trying to get into that space. You see ads for it and programs, and you know, those of us old enough to remember the old layaway plan, remember what that was. Where's this coming from now, do you think? And do you suppose it could go bad in a hurry?
Well, unfortunately, I'm one of those people who remembers what layaway plans are. It is kind of, it's basically right now, these models are largely funded by the merchant on the belief that they're getting an incremental customer. We at Visa created our own platform called Visa Installments, which we'll make available to any bank who wants to use it around the world so that they can offer the same capability of extending a payment over 3 or 4 or 5 payments that some of the third-party players are offering right now.
Yeah, but you could see a way that consumers are going to wind up carrying the cost once the companies have those incremental consumers, right? They're going to be like, yeah, we're not going to carry this forever. It's now, 5% a month to you or whatever it is.
I think the model could certainly change over time, Kai. It's one of the things we'll all have to watch very carefully. It's very possible that over time, the consumer has to pay their higher interest rates for the service. These companies are in the business of making money, so somebody's going to have to provide the economic flow to allow this kind of offering to continue and to grow in the marketplace.
I bought my first stereo on layaway many years ago. Al Kelly, he's the CEO, also the chairman of the board of Visa. Ms. Kelly, thanks for your time, sir. I appreciate it.
Kai, great to be with you. Thank you.
Okay, I want to stop my share right now and let me speak to what was just played and outline a couple of points that I hope all of us have gotten. One most important point is debit and e-commerce. They're back, and that's what's driving the economy right now. All right, and also the behavior changes of the shopper. Shopping really right now is being fueled online. Even though there's some people who want to get back out into the stores with the Omicron virus, with the Omicron variant coming on board, that's gonna kind of change that calculus, and so more people are shopping, as he said, from their homes, from their offices, from their bedrooms, from their beds, on their smartphones or computers. And this is the most important thing, he said, in terms of small business. If you do not have a way for the consumer to connect with you online, and you can get their goods to them, and you really just have to continue to depend on them coming to a physical location, you're going to be left behind. You're going to be left behind. This is the most important thing I wanted to come through from playing that particular video. Those of us who are in small businesses, we must have an online presence if we want to survive. If we want to survive as a business. The days of someone coming into any location to shop with you physically is I won't say totally gone, but significantly gone. All right. So whatever you can do to help make your business accessible, your products accessible online, this is what you must do if you want to survive in this day and time. Okay, that's what I wanted you to take away from that first video. All right. All right, let me now share my screen again. And I'm going to go to the next video I want to share with you. And I'll play it, the first part of it, and then we'll talk about it. Here we go.
This guy has seen better days, but that just shows how much he's loved. So we'll let sleeping bears lie.
Introducing the Roomba J7 Plus robot vacuum that knows where to clean and where not to. iRobot, so you can human.
The Thanksgiving turkey is as American as, well, apple pie. But Ben Tracy reports that a growing number of us are passing on the meat and saying, please, pass the vegetables.
Did you ever think you'd be making jackfruit tacos for your lunch?
Absolutely not. 4 years ago, I didn't think I would have been vegan. Who knew?
If you were looking for someone to spread the gospel of plant-based eating,
Ain't that something how life can change?
Tabitha Brown would have been an unlikely messenger.
What was the kind of food that you grew up on?
Honey, I grew up on everything. I'm from North Carolina. Child, I done ate a little bit of things I should not have eaten. A lot of fried food, a lot of pork and beef, chicken, of course.
So what did you think of vegans?
I honestly thought that's for white people, particularly white women who do yoga and maybe they're in a cult. But that's what Tab thought. It's just a way of thinking.
Tabitha Brown now believes giving up all animal products and going vegan herself is what finally ended her bouts of chronic pain and fatigue.
Hello there.
But she never could have imagined what would also happen.
And boy, did things happen. I could have never dreamt this or thought of this. Let's make some.
She took her daughter's advice and started posting videos on TikTok.
Ooh, baby.
A healthy mix of what to eat,
I'm about to make carrot bacon.
seasoned with a dash of how to live.
Even if you can't have a good one, don't you dare go messing up nobody else's here.
The videos have racked up millions of views. She now has a best-selling book, Feeding the Soul, and several corporate partnerships.
My goal is not to judge anyone or force my lifestyle on anyone. My goal is simply to share what it did for me. And representation matters, right? So now when people think of vegan, they also think of a black woman with an afro, okay?
Just 5% of U.S. households are vegan or vegetarian. But these days, there are plenty you might call plant curious. Many omnivores are now swapping out some meat for vegetables.
I don't want to stop you at hummus.
Make you dance a little bit.
In a diet often called plant-based.
That's really good.
Or even.
It doesn't taste like fruit at all.
Flexitarian.
Plant-based eating is a.
All right, let me stop this here. Let me stop my share. Okay, now, even though the subject was plant-based eating and being a vegan, that is not why I played the video. I played the video to demonstrate what one young lady has done, taken something that she embraced, and that was eating and changing her lifestyle to vegan. And she embraced it to the point, like she said, took the advice of her daughter and started putting her videos of her preparing her food and stuff like that up on TikTok. All right, where it got a lot of shares, a lot of views. And that led, of course, to her cookbooks on her focus on being a vegan, just cooking with vegetables, and her corporate partnerships. So what she was able to do is create a business. To create a business, just simply talking about what she has embraced, and that is her change, the way she's cooking, the change and what it's done for her in terms of her health and whatever. And I also wanted to point out what she said. She said her thing is not to cast doubt on anybody else's eating, all right, and what they say they are. It's just to share what has been helpful to her. And why I played this video for our audience is I want us to take that same tack. All of us, or many of us, may have some aspects of our lives that we would like to share with others. I mean, that could be valuable if we share with others. And who knows? You could even then launch a business from those shares. This is the value of social media. And of course, you know, it can be used for good or bad, and we hear a lot about the bad. I'm getting ready to play a little bit about the bad in this next video. But as Imam Muhammad taught all of us, let's not throw everything out. Let's just take the good and leave the bad. All right? Take the good and leave the bad. So I played that video for us, brothers and sisters who are thinking about a business, thinking about something we really like and enjoy, to simply say this. If you have something like that, work on it, develop it, embrace it, and then don't be afraid to use social media to promote it. And who knows, you may become a business, and you can do it right from your home, all right? Okay, so that's why I played that particular video. All right, so let's go back to the share. And the next video is one I want to, let me bring to your attention, which is extremely important here. So let me bring this one. And as you can see, scammers taking advantage of supply chain issues with fake websites. This holiday shopping kicks off. And what I want to help all of you understand that don't think this is just during the holiday season. The scammers are out there all the time. So let's go with this.
This guy has seen better days, but that just shows how much he's loved. So we'll let sleeping bears lie.
Introducing the Roomba J7 Plus robot vacuum that knows where to clean and where not to. iRobot, so you can human.
We've been covering the global supply chain bottlenecks, making things difficult for holiday shoppers. According to one survey, 77% of you out there say you've experienced product-related shopping problems, and nearly half of those survey respondents say it was because items were either out of stock or back-ordered. To make things worse, scammers are taking advantage of these difficulties by setting up fake websites. Scammers gonna scam. That's why we got our consumer investigative correspondent Anna Werner here with some tips on how to thwart them. Anna, good morning.
Good morning, Tony. Yeah, and you know, most of us are doing at least some of our holiday shopping online, and the scammers know it. It's their big season too. Their goal, for you to give them a present, your money.
Iowa high school senior Jace Leniger likes music, in particular artist Billie Eilish. So when the singer-songwriter released her new album over the summer, he decided to buy himself a birthday gift of some of her new merchandise on what looked like her bona fide website.
I started looking around and shopping.
He bought a bundle he'd seen on Instagram with a sweatshirt, poster, and other items. Price tag about $100. But when the transaction hit his bank account, he says it showed some $79, which he found suspicious.
And so after that, I started to look up the website, look up reviews on the website, and there were over like 1,000 people reviewing this website saying it's a scam, don't buy it. I haven't gotten my stuff in over half a year.
So what has happened in terms of your money and your merchandise?
Well, I don't have the merchandise or my money.
He's just one of thousands of consumers who say they've lost money to scammers posing as legitimate online retailers.
We have seen a 2,000% increase over the past 3 months, driven by the supply chain issues that are in this country today.
LexisNexis Risk Solutions CEO Haywood Talcove says that equals over 5,000 fake sites, up from just 100 or so earlier this year, as criminals take advantage of consumers' need for products now in short supply.
What's happening is when you go to some of the big box stores, they don't have the toy that you want in stock. And then you Google it, and then you find this really boutique company that is offering the bicycle that your daughter wants. And you think, you know what, I'm gonna get it. It really isn't a company. It's a front for a transnational criminal group.
And David Halushko with the Secret Service Cyber Fraud Task Force says those criminals' fake sites, typically launched from overseas, are becoming increasingly sophisticated.
Or they learn as they go, just like you and I. It's their job.
But examine sites closely, he says, and there are often tip-offs, misspellings, grammar mistakes, links on the page that don't work, and a refusal to accept credit cards.
And these websites will often only ask for payment via a a wire service such as PayPal, Venmo, Zelle, services that where the transaction is put through, those monies are gone. And it's very unlikely, almost impossible for the consumer to get their money back.
It's like a virus. It just spreads. It doesn't stop until the consumers stop falling for the trick.
Well, Talcove there with LexisNexis estimates consumers here will have $20 billion with a B stolen by the end of the holiday season. So,
you know, it's a lot of money, and people are vulnerable. I've been vulnerable to this myself. When you've got a to-do list, you're just trying to knock it down, and you're rushing through, and you don't pay attention to things that should tip you off.
Right. And so that's the thing. You need to slow down. Ask yourself, if none of the major websites have this one toy you're looking for, this one product, why does this one little odd boutique site that you never saw before have it? Guess what? They probably don't. Go to the store sites directly instead of going through, the search engine. For example, when you search on Google or another website, and those top 3 things that come up, a lot of time those are paid sponsored sites. And guess what? Scammers can get their paid sponsored site up to.
You can't trust Google to screen it out for you.
No, you can't, because they know to pay for those. You can also Google the name of the website and the word scam. And a lot of times you'll find reviews from people saying, guess what? This is a scam. And of course, there's always the mention of, if it's too good
to be true.
If it looks too good to be true.
It is. Yeah. Or do what I do, just email Anna Werner.
Mistakes with your holiday shopping.
Anna's responsible. Email her.
Okay, so let me stop now. Let me stop my share. All right. So I have a few minutes left. I have another video I want to show, but let me just bring some pointers out on this one. Of course, more of the scammers are out now because of the holidays, but this is good information anytime. All right. So I want to relate a couple of things when we're shopping online. Number one, search for the site and check the reviews first. Check the reviews on that site and to see what those reviews are. Now, some like to use the search engine that they mentioned. I don't like to use that search engine because it tracks you. I use DuckDuckGo because it doesn't track you. But whatever search engine you use, search and to see if there's a scam, if that particular site is a scam out there. And do your reviews, search reviews, and see what the reviews are relative to that particular site, that store, whatever it is. All right. But most importantly, now I know a lot of people do not like to do this, but if you shop online, I never use a debit card. I never use anything. I use a credit card. Now you go ask, well, why do you use a credit card? Number one, there are certain protections you get when you use a credit card online. All right. When you use a credit card, period, there are certain protections you get. And if a site says, well, they don't accept credit cards, then don't shop on that site, because there's a reason why they don't accept it. As you said, once you use a processor like a Venmo, PayPal, whatever, the money's gone. All right, once you send the money's gone. You may not ever receive your product. If you use a credit card, you can always let the credit card company know that you didn't receive the product, and you want them to reverse your money and send your money back. But you don't have those protections if you use a debit card or some other service to pay for items as opposed to a credit card. As they also said, look and see, are there some misspellings in how they describe the items in the language in the site? Is the language, look at the language. Does it make sense? But most importantly, the last point they said, if you cannot find that particular item anywhere else, particularly in the big box stores like Target, Walmart, or whatever, how is it one of those sites somewhere that you've never heard of? How do they have it? And as they always say, if it seems too good to be true, it most likely is. All right. All right. So those are the points I want to make with that. There's one other video I like to, since I have a little time, there's one other video I like to share with you this morning, or this afternoon now. And let me share my screen. And let me check to see if the video, do I have the, yeah, I have it, video here. No, that's not the video, that's what we are now. So give me a second. And let me get this video. Now you'll understand why I decided I wanted to share this with you this morning. Here we go. I'll share you with this afternoon. This is an excellent story. So just like you to.
How's Sanchez looking?
With your QB's increased spin rate, any pass with a launch angle of at least 43 degrees puts Sanchez in the end zone.
You a data analyst or something?
An investor in Invesco QQQ, a fund that gives you access to NASDAQ 100 innovations like AI statistical analysis software.
How am I going to do?
Become an agent of innovation with Invesco QQQ. Before investing, carefully read and consider fund investment objectives, risks, charges, expenses, and more in prospectus at Invesco.com.
Okay, here we go.
Welcome back. When you think of social justice, pie might not be the first thing that comes to mind, but for Maya Camille Broussard, the two go hand in hand. Al recently found out how she's baking the way to a better future for her community.
People never say, oh, pie. They always say, pie. There's this like drawn out expression of love for pie.
For Maya Camille Broussard, the love of pie is practically baked into her DNA.
My dad was a criminal defense attorney in Chicago and was completely obsessed with baking and eating pie.
But he had another passion as well.
My dad would say, everyone deserves representation. Everyone deserves a second chance.
When Maya Camille graduated from college, she began a career as an art teacher, even opening her own gallery on Chicago's South Side. But just days before, tragedy struck.
A week before you open up your gallery, your dad tragically passes.
I'm the type of person that whenever something bad happens to me, I tend to throw myself into my work. The gallery was slated to open 6 days after his funeral. It was a lot. It was a lot.
5 years later, a chance encounter inspiring Maya Camille to blend her father's memory with a new mission.
I was visiting some of my cousins in San Francisco, and there was this pie shop, and my cousin said to me as we walked into the shop, you know, they hire a lot of teens who are suffering from homelessness. And then something just clicked, you know, within me, like, I'm supposed to be doing something like this.
In 2015, Justice of the Pies was born with an unusual recipe for success.
What's the mission of Justice of the Pies besides great pie?
But we always say that the service that we give is secondary to the pies that we serve. Our goal is to lend a hand and to take up a cause where we see fit.
With that in mind, Maya Camille launching the I Need Love initiative for kids experiencing food insecurity.
We'll go to a grocery store and I'll give each kid a $50 gift card to kind of teach them the life skill of budgeting and shopping for a recipe. I am encouraging kids to exercise their creativity in the kitchen.
In the midst of the pandemic, though, Maya Camille has had to pivot.
What's been the biggest challenge for you?
I rely on farmers markets and fairs and festivals to make the majority of my income. And I also rely on corporate catering. So the markets are canceled, the fairs are canceled, and nobody is working in the offices. My sources of revenue, that water tap is completely shut off.
And that's not the only obstacle the pandemic's created.
I'm hearing impaired. I rely on lip reading. Imagine me trying to communicate with people while everyone is wearing a mask. It's frustrating.
But Maya Camille not letting any of that deter her from her mission serving others.
So I primarily have been focusing my efforts on feeding the front line. We serve and deliver over 2,800 meals to doctors, nurses, hospital staff.
What inspires you?
For me, richness is about acquiring a certain dollar amount. But wealth is about the quality of your life and how you feel. So when I'm giving back and I'm making an impact with someone else's life in a positive way, I feel good about myself and I feel wealthy.
It doesn't hurt that the pie's pretty good, too.
Wow.
Yeah.
And while I didn't get any of her secret recipes, I did get another kind of secret out of Maya Camille.
Now, is this true that in fact you, Maya Camille, like cake more than pie?
Yes, I do. Pound cake, come on. It's buttery, it's moist, and it has a crunchy bottom. Pound cake, man.
What do you think your dad would think about this?
My dad used to smile with his whole face. I just imagine that he's smiling with his whole entire face. My dad was very extroverted, so I know he's in heaven just bragging and won't shut up.
A beautiful smile, too. Well, Justice of the Pies is the subject of a documentary that is set to air in March to coincide with International Women's History Month. Congratulations to her. We'll be right back.
Okay, so I hope that was. Oh, let me stop this. Sorry.
Groceries, gifts, and
Wait a minute, I gotta go.
fast and easy. So last minute guests are the only thing you'll be waiting on. Joyfully.
Sorry. All right, so let me go back to. Let me get back. All right. Okay, so I hope the last video was called Justice of the Pies, and the story of the young lady. But what I really wanted you to get from that is several things. Number one, you see why she started her program. It was much bigger than herself, and as a way to highlight the work of her dad and to keep his memory alive. But also, there's a couple of things I wanted you to take from that. I hope you heard when she said, and you may not have heard her, she said she was hearing impaired, which is what that means. She reads lips. So she said with the pandemic and with the wearing of a mask, it made it very difficult for her to communicate with people. And also with her business, she had to pivot from just making the pies, then to doing some other things, because she would get her food and things like that from the farmers markets. And anyway, she had to pivot and change her business model. And she changed it to feeding others, helping children understand how they could shop and use the money, budgeting well. Also to feeding first responders and others. And then she talked about the difference from her perspective of being rich and being wealthy. Of course, she defined rich as being with those who have money or whatever and earning money, but wealth is how you feel when you live in your life the way that was her definition of it. It was a very feel-good video. I would encourage all of you, if you like, to watch for that the story that probably be a much larger, a broader aspect of her presentation or whatever when they run it in March for Women's History Month. But what I wanted you to do is to get those excellent pointers out of the video. When you have to pivot, you have to pivot. You have to change. When things change, when factors change that impact your business or whatever, you have to change if you want to continue to move forward. And you have to be open to that change. And so I encourage all of us, myself included, to be able to be flexible in our business and to change. And to find opportunities where they are. And don't be afraid to go where those opportunities take you. I'll share this last tidbit with you, and then I'll open it up for questions and answers. For those of you know, I operate a transportation business. It's called Akbar Transportation. And I partner with Uber and Lyft. And I operate the business here in Chicago, where I reside. But in the wintertime, here in Chicago, I go to Arizona, particularly Phoenix, and operate my business. And I've started that 2 years ago. And now it's it's something I regularly look forward to because I'm able to continue to operate at the level, in fact, increase the level of income when I go out to Phoenix, operating in the wintertime when it's here, cold, snow, ice. I don't have to worry about driving in that and the stress of driving in that and being concerned about someone running into me, hitting me, whatever, when I'm driving in it. And go where the opportunities are a little better. And I'm open to doing that. These are things that we have to also be open to in our businesses. Get to know what your business is, the challenges of your business, and don't be afraid to look at opportunities to enhance your business. You never know what Allah will bless you with. Just have faith in your creator and move forward for those of us who are in business. So that's what I want to leave with those who are watching today here on the our First Sunday program here at the Mosque's First Sunday program. I hope what I've shared with you has been informative to you as it has been for me to learn and share it. And now, Brother Adil, I'll open up for any questions or comments you have. And I'd like to give all the believers the greetings of peace. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam. Thank you, Brother Akbar, for that presentation. We do see one hand, and we'll allow for probably about 5 minutes worth of questions, Brother Akbar.
Okay.
We'll start with Sister Coral, then we'll follow up with Sister Tahir. They have their hands up so far. Go ahead.
Yes.
Assalamu alaikum. I put my comment in the chat, Brother Akbar, but I just wanted to say in person, this was an excellent presentation.
Thank you.
I'll read to what I wrote. I said, this was an excellent presentation, from the encouragement to begin sharing content like Tabitha Brown, who I've been following for a few years now, and I watched her blow up. She's so sincere and authentic, and she's consistent, and that's what made her so successful. I love her. Mm-hmm. And the Justice of the Pie segment, the amazing message about the power of the pivot, and the fraud information. I could tell you some stories, not now, but about mistakes that I made when PayPal was just starting, like almost maybe 20 years ago, using my debit card. And I had to learn the hard way not to use debit online, that that Visa MasterCard logo does not protect you the way it does on an actual credit card.
Mm-hmm.
So I learned that the hard way. So that's excellent advice. And it was just excellent. The whole thing was inspiring. I loved it. I wish my daughter who's 28 would have loved this presentation. So I have to tell her about it. I wish I had thought to record it on my phone, but she loves Tabitha Brown too. So she'll be so excited to know that you featured her.
Well, Sister Cora, what I can do, I can certainly forward these videos to you because they're all out, and then you can show them to your daughter anytime she likes.
Fantastic.
Right?
Fantastic.
Okay.
Thanks
Thank you
again.
so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Excellent.
Alhamdulillah.
Yes. Tahir?
Yes. Assalamu alaikum, Brother
Assalamu
Akbar.
alaikum.
Appreciate the presentation. I just wanted to add to this section regarding social media presence, right? Because for some entrepreneurs, it can be quite intimidating to post. You know, sometimes because I go through this myself personally, like we can stop ourselves if we don't want people to think we're making it all about us or we're promoting because it's our ego, you know, so we can kind of get in our own way when it comes to marketing and promoting our businesses. But something that I learned from a business course in the area of marketing is like, it's our responsibility to bring awareness to our business. And if social media is free for us to promote our business. So we take advantage of those opportunities. So to just kind of, it's not always easy to push past those insecurities and of wanting to promote, but know that when you're promoting, you're bringing awareness to your business and people who can actually benefit from your services. So I just wanted to add that in there.
Alhamdulillah. Well, thank you. Thank you. Those are important. Both those points are extremely important. I appreciate them. And as I've always said, let's use those opportunities to promote our businesses out there where it doesn't cost us. Let's use them. They're out there, and let's use them. And thank you for those kind comments, Sister Cora and Sister Tahira. All right, Brother Adil, thank you. Would you like me to now make a presentation about Savior's Day, or would you like me to just do it later?
Yes, sir. I don't see any more hands for questions regarding the business and technology presentation. Yes, so this would be an opportune time to make the announcement of regarding this coming Savior's Day, inshallah.
Yes. All right. Well, brothers and sisters, I have the pleasure of serving as the chair of the committee working on the Savior's Day program. That's the Mosque Cares Annual Muslim Convention Committee. But of course, we embrace all of the programs of the Imam Waziruddin Muhammad II and Imam Waziruddin Muhammad. And so Savior's Day is one of those programs. Next year, it will be the fourth Sunday in February 26th. And it's an all-day program. And the registration fee for the Savior's Day program is $100. It's going to be, and the vending fee, because we will have vendors, will be $50. And there may be some other ways that we will have available for you to support the Savior's Day program in terms of donation and some other ways to support it. Very soon, the website will go up, saviorsday.net, where you can begin registering. And we want you to start registering as soon as possible. And encourage you to join us in supporting the Savior's Day. We will also have information on the site regarding our awards program. There are 2 awards that we give every year, the Hadid Award and the Pioneer Award. And those categories are both in male and female. And so that information will be available. And we might even have some information that we'll place into the Mosque Cares, to the Muslim Journal. But it will definitely be available in the saviorsday.net website. And we encourage any of those who are interested, have someone that they think could be deserving of either one of those awards, to check out the criteria, which will be listed there, and then to make their nomination. You can send a nomination to the Mosque Cares Ministry of Imam Waziruddin Muhammad at wdmministries@sbcglobal.net. That's the email address. Or you can send it to myself or Imam Elam. I'll send it to both of us, and I will put my email in the chat. And so Imam Elam has already put his email in the chat. I'll put my email in the chat, and so you can send it to us, and so we can consider your the nomination you're going to make. All right. So Saturday's the 26th. I got it. Okay. That's my wife reminded me that Saturday, the 26th of February, is the Savior's Day program. All right. So we have it's not too early to talk to your family, friends, and encourage them and invite them to the Savior's Day program. And it's going to be an excellent program, and we encourage them you and all those that you see the value of it, to support it. So with that, Brother Adil, that concludes my presentation this morning. And if there's anything else I see a couple of hands up. I'm assuming it's maybe about Savior's Day or whatever.
Yeah, one of them was actually up prior to. So I believe Brother Abdul's question was regarding the business and technology. And yes. Aisha, she asked in the comments, she was asking, was it going to be in person? So it's going to be virtual, correct?
Correct. All virtual. It's going to be virtual.
Okay. So Brother Abdul, you can go ahead with your question, and that'll be our last question for Brother Akbar for the business and technology. And then we'll proceed with the next part of the program with Imam W.D. Muhammad II. So Brother Abdul, go ahead.
Thank you, Brother Adil. Assalamu alaikum all.
What am I saying?
It's not really a question. I just want to commend you, Brother Akbar, and to thank you for the tremendous service that you provide for us. For years, whenever we traveled, I would get up early, get to the car, get everything ready, and I would always, for some reason, be late or running late to the airport or wherever I have to go. But since we've started using you, not to mention all the money we give to the airport and all of that, for the park and the stand, and have to get a car wash after you get back because the car, all of that, right? Mm-hmm. But Brother Akbar gets to your house 30 minutes early. If he's supposed to be there at 4 o'clock in the morning, He's there at 3:30, waiting with a smile and a greeting, right? When we travel with Brother Akbar, we feel like rock stars. The service that he provides, the SUV that we ride in is immaculate, right? And the conversation is wonderful, and we're so comfortable when we're riding with him. And I want to tell you, if you have not ridden with Brother Akbar, then you are in for a treat whenever you get in a vehicle with him and he takes you to your destination. I want to thank you for that. And we're going to continue to recommend you and provide your services for all our friends and our family. You have been a blessing for us, brother, and I thank you so much for that.
Well, thank you. I couldn't get a better endorsement. That you can't get a better endorsement. I didn't ask for it. You can't get a better endorsement than that. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Appreciate those kind words. And as most of you may not know, but I'll be leaving Chicago on the 15th of December to go out to Phoenix to work. But I'll be back, inshallah, the 1st of May. And so, but now if you're out there in the Phoenix area, I'm operating my business. I'll be glad to take care of you if you're out there in that area anywhere. But when I get back, I'll be back in Chicago, and I'll let everybody know I'm back. And thank you so much. I'll be glad to take care of you.
Thank you, brother. We appreciate you.
All right.
Okay, Brother Akbar. Is one more question. I will ask Sister Tawanda if it's not an urgent matter, if you don't mind, just if it is the question for Brother Abdul Rashid Akbar, if you can ask him in the comments, and that way he can answer in the comments for you. Yes. We would appreciate it, and then that would allow for us to proceed to the next portion of our program, where we have comments or words from our leader. This, as earlier, as he came on, he mentioned during the welcome, Imam Deputy Muhammad II mentioned that this is the December First Sunday community program presented by the Mosque Cares Ministry of Imam W.D. Muhammad. And with that being said, our leader, Imam W.D. Muhammad II, has continued in that tradition, in that legacy of our community, of the work that was established and contributed by the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, and then progressed into the leadership of Imam W.D. Muhammad. So with that being said, we have learned to follow good leadership, and our leader today is Imam W.D. Muhammad II.
Thank you, Brother Adele. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. That is peace and God's blessing and mercy upon us all. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah wa ashhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluh. And I witnessed that there's no deity worthy of worship besides Allah, and that Muhammad is the seal of the prophets and his servant and messenger. Excellent program today. I want to thank the Health Consortium, Imam Elam, excellent Quranic Arabic class that he gave, for instruction for reading the Quran today, as he does always. And Brother Abdul Rashid Akbar, we're all like a family here, and this past week, we all got together with brother. We all know that the Mosque Cares board, and there's a group of us since the Imam Muhammad passed, that local in Chicago, that you would see at probably every event. I didn't miss any, and these people didn't miss any. Abdul Rashid Akbar, Imam Elam, and all of those that you see, and brother Hafiz Muhammad, we observed his janazah last Friday, and we got to reunite with many of his family members, and we offered our condolences and our prayers, and got to see many of them. We all saw Hafiz on many every first Sunday. He often was here remote and at all of our programs. And besides being a member or a board member of the Mosque Cares, he considered, well, me, officially or unofficially, the head of our community service team since 2008, after the passing of Imam Muhammad. And he traveled with me personally for all those years, going on 14 years now, I believe. And when he, after the pandemic, really, is when he kind of quarantined himself to protect his health. And his son Adil has been here since, pretty much serving in the capacity that that he did. So Adil traveled with me and assisted me. But then after the passing of my wife, Sister Robin, a couple of years ago, maybe about 3 years ago now, Adil came in and started assisting more in administrative capacity than he was doing before, and assisting in with the Mosque Cares as a board member and with a lot of technical things. So we want to show our appreciation and for the Muhammad family, and also the Muhammad grocery service business, which his father headed up. And I believe Adil's going to go keep it going a little bit if he can. Inshallah. Yeah. Oh, inshallah. He said, okay. Because during Thanksgiving, I can't forget how delicious, my stomach's growling right now for some of that turkey hash, that halal turkey that I got from the Muhammad grocers here in the South. I believe they're in, near Indiana, on the south, near the south side of Chicago. But they serve all throughout the Chicago area. And we just want to ask you all to join us, the Mosque Cares, and for a moment of silence. And we're going to make a dua for Brother Hafiz Muhammad and for the Muhammad family and for the success of our community, and Allah forgiving him his shortcomings and grant him paradise. So we can, if you have a dua, if you want to say Adil is here, or we can just silently make dua for Brother Hafiz Muhammad. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Ameen. Yeah, thank you. Okay, and I see our Imam is here and he's ready, so we don't want to keep Imam Alfred Muhammad waiting. He's going to be our keynote speaker, and I'm sure you want to call your family members and people and let them know that our keynote speaker is about to begin, and this is the high point of this this service that the Mosque Cares provides. It's a window into the necessary things, aspects of our community. You know, community is a government, and there's many things that are needed to support that life of the people and the government and how it runs. So we have guest speakers from all different walks of life, business, education, economics, like Brother Abdul Rashid Akbar, and we have our councilman, Imam Alfred Muhammad, who is a leader, not just a leader in the Muslim community, but he's been a leader in our communities throughout mostly in the East, New York area, since the early days of the Nation of Islam. He served under the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, and then he served close in the leadership of Imam Wafiddin Muhammad after the passing of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. And he has continued to do work trying to improve the lives of not just the African-American citizens, but all citizens of the United States of America. And he's serving as councilman and also as imam. And he's here as a guest speaker today. And you should, ask your family to tune in and let's hear what our beloved brother, Imam Alfred Muhammad, has the message that he has for us today, inshallah. I think I'm going to bring him on. I'm going to bring him in. Imam Alfred, can you hear me? Yes, sir. I think you're on mute.
Yes,
right?
sir. Yes, sir. Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir. Yes. Welcome and assalamu alaikum. And you have the floor.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. That is what Allah's name, the merciful benefactor, the merciful redeemer, the Lord of all systems of knowledge. And we give him the praise, the glory, and we thank Allah for raising up among us the model human being, Muhammad the Prophet, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. To you all, assalamu alaikum. To Imam Wardeen Muhammad, to the staff, to Brother Adil. I would be dishonest, and I never try to be dishonest. If I learn something from somebody, I would say it. I'm going to tell you something that a very wise man that recently passed from us told me. We were discussing Imam Wardeen Muhammad. He said, isn't it interesting that Imam Muhammad called his public address, not Ta'aleem, public address, meaning he's addressing the public. And he said the first Sunday. But we know in the Semitic languages, sun is synonymous with sun, S-U-N, S-O-N. And the first son, Allah made that possible, that the first son, Imam Wardeen Muhammad, is the first son. Not the first daughter, the first son.
Do you mind if I chime in? Because I want to take
yes, sir.
That if you can, if you have a handkerchief or a napkin, wipe your camera lens. It's fuzzy, and there's some spots on there too, like debris.
Okay, let me see. Yes, sir. I am here.
Yeah. And brother, the first time I heard that, it totally slipped my mind. I mean, it was over my head. I heard Imam Muhammad speak about the first Sunday, and the first person I heard it from was you. So that was Hafiz. So we got to put that on that's another chapter out of the book of Hafiz.
Yes, sir.
That's the inside.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Man, very well.
And my camera clean?
No, I think you missed the lens. You missed the lens. Wipe the lens.
What is the lens here?
It's the little spot. It's the up here. It's up near the top. It's at the top. Are you on, what device are you on? The laptop? What are you on?
Yeah, I'm on the laptop.
It should be in the top center, the very top center of their laptop. Just a little circle. Wipe it. Wipe that little circle at the very top. You're looking in the wrong place. Look up at the top of the center top of the laptop. Higher. At the top edge. The top edge. You almost got it. Just wipe it. Just wipe it. Wipe it really good. Right? The top part, up higher, a little higher. It's better. It's getting better. It's getting better.
Okay.
Okay, because we want to be able to see you.
Is it better now?
It's better. It's better.
Okay.
But
you know, I never paid any attention to those technical things. So, alhamdulillah.
It's fuzzy, yeah.
Did we get it? Yes, sir. Thank you all. I didn't know I was speaking today. I had just spoken this morning earlier to David Hassan's community in Masjid Omar Ibn Said. And then I got a call from Brother Adil, and I was trained by a man by the name of Imam Yusuf Shah. And I want to say something about followership and studentship. Imam Yusuf Shah was really the one that Abdullah Muhammad called his captain. He called no other captain that. And so Imam Muhammad said Imam Yusuf Shah came to him. And he said, Brother Imam, I'm not going to tell you that I understand you. But I will tell you this. Your father told me that you will take us when no one else could. Therefore, I pledge my life and all the leaders behind me to support you. So I say that it just breaks my heart to tell you that, because it's very important. I remember in the early days, we would say we were the followers of the Honorable Muhammad, the followers of Imam Wardeen Muhammad. And later on, people came and said they were students. Well, I'm a student, and that's why we talk about students. I was just admitted last quarter to the University of Chicago. So you'll probably be seeing me in Chicago quite frequently. I'm at the University of Chicago. I won't tell you what my past academic background, but it's very scant. But the University of Chicago recruited me and asked me to become a part of that graduate school. I'm now in that doctoral program. So I'll be in Chicago. So I'm a student at the University of Chicago. I'm a follower of Imam Warid Muhammad, and I'm a follower of Imam Warid Muhammad II. I want y'all to know that. I'm not just telling you, I'm not an intellectual lightweight, but I'm a follower. And I'm a student, but mostly a follower. And I say that because it's very important for those of us who came out of the Nation of Islam to understand loyalty and leadership. And I'd like to just open from a verse in the Quran. I'm gonna give it for the Arabic freaks who just don't think you know anything, you don't know any Arabic. My pronunciation is probably not as good as some of the rest, but I can hold my own in any circle, I tell you, because I believe what the Honorable Muhammad said. His job was to clean us up, wake us up, and to stand us up. And then Imam Warid Muhammad established us in our humanity, which had been taken away from us. If you listen very closely to Imam Warid Muhammad II, his great emphasis is on how everything has been taken away from us except our soul. Now, I'm paraphrasing him. And I saw him enter into a mosque in New Jersey, a mosque where Imam Muhammad, the Imam of that masjid witnessed Imam Muhammad when he was teaching in Guyana. You all don't know, before Imam Muhammad came in office, Imam was already teaching Al-Islam. So that Imam called Imam Warid. So we walked in the state, he knew who I was. He saw me, he recognized Imam Warid. He asked after the door, which is customary, to have a guest, learned person to speak. Now, I hate to say it, and y'all know I love this, so I'm spanking you a little bit. We went to every masjid in North, and not one of them asked Imam Warid Muhammad to speak. I said, that's amazing. So the next day, we go to a masjid that was led by one of our brothers from Burkina Faso. And when Imam Warid Muhammad spoke, the second spoke, he broke out in tears. He's from what they call in West Africa, the Muslim people, mostly Muslims. But we have been dead. And I'm going to quote this verse from the Quran, where Allah said, Makaru, or Makru Allah, Allahu Khayrun Makru. They plot, and Allah plots, and Allah is the best of plotters. I'm thinking that over 400 years ago, as I told the believers today in Masjid Omar Ibn Said in Batesville, North Carolina, we are a people who have been snatched from Muslim land. The majority, I don't care what the historians say, they say 20%, but I know it's about 40 to 60% of those people who came here were Muslims. But everybody who was brought here came from Muslim-ruled land, because the Muslims ruled West Africa. Snatched, humiliated, brought to a strange land, kidnapped, and forced to follow a religion not of our foreparents. But Allah, in his infinite mercy, his infinite power, evolving us over time, has brought us not into Al-Islam, but has brought us to become the leaders of Al-Islam. I want this to register. Let's just slow it down and let it register in your heart, your mind, and soul. Imam Warid Muhammad didn't bring us into Islam. Imam Warid Muhammad was already a leader in Islam. And he then brought us to be leaders. And I can tell you, Allah is my witness. I have sat in environments. I was just with some of the highest government officials, and I was someone, well, let's just say this was a high religious order. And I mentioned to this person, I said, you know what? And he knew me, but I didn't know him. He said, well, you know, you're an imam. This is political gap. He said, you're an imam, aren't you? I said, yeah. Because, you know, you don't ever want to get on in an environment and become a big head. See, if that had been an African American, he would have, excuse me a minute, cut my phone off. Brothers called me from Detroit. Anyway, one of our good brothers. But so I didn't emphasize, yeah, I am. He said, well, he asked me, did I know Imam Warith Muhammad? I said, yes, I know. He said, then he described it as though he thought I didn't really know him. Yes, I know. I'm a follower of his. So it is, and he had met Imam Muhammad at a gathering, I believe, in the Vatican. And I don't want to say too much more about it, but I wouldn't be surprised to be our leader. I know some of you have been in the Vatican last week, 2 months ago. Somebody from the Vatican told me. But we have a leader, a teacher, and a guide. And as I repeat, you don't get a biscuit, you don't get a chicken out of an oven. If you grew up in the house of Imam Warith Muhammad, I'm not talking to those who sat down and had dinner with him at, I think one of his favorite places was IHOP. And most of y'all would talk about the buttermilk pancakes. But I know if you were his son, I know that you got taught well. Because my conversation with him, and I was not his son. I was just a fellow leader, and he was my leader. And I never talked nonsense with him. I told somebody, I said, I wasn't that close to him because I said, what would an uptight imam have to spend time with Imam Muhammad? He had a family. So all I ever talked to him about is how to move this community forward. I wasn't trying to be his personal friend. I was interested in how we could move the community, how we could move African American religious leadership forward and give them guidance. So I just wanted to, first of all, thank Sister Coral Kadar and thank Dr. Ramadan, whom, by the way, one of the first people I met in Chicago, met Dr. Ramadan through Imam Warith Muhammad. He was the chairman of the committee system that we had in Chicago. My address basically is the restoration of African American community as it were reflected at 7341 South Stony Island, the model community. Sister Robin asked me about, before she passed, one of my last speeches, she was asking what would be my address, and I was fumbling. He said, oh, you're going to talk about our people. That's right, that's it. I am focused on resurrecting African Americans or taking this message to our people who haven't heard it. I told the people in Charlotte today, I said, you know, if you were to see a man walking down the street talking to himself, what would you say of that man? You say he's crazy. Well, there are about 2 million of us who are crazy because we are like what Ralph Ellison said, somewhere along the way, I lost my social connection. So if you're not talking to your people, the African-American people, just like you, Brother Willie Foax, who's still lost, I don't care where Brother Willie is, he may be somewhere in something he calls Islam. But you should find a way to talk to Willie Foax. Try to get him to take that X away, and he's no longer unknown. He should be known by now. Your own self is a righteous Muslim, right? Is that right? And of course, the question was, I beg your pardon, sir. I've not heard of any. All right, that's enough for the lesson. Now let's go to the great transformation that took place in Chicago as the model community. And Imam Warith Muhammad was a young student at the University of Islam, then became the Clara Muhammad School. And some of the students of the great street leaders, street organizations, they also studied there. You all probably know Jeff Ford, very famous. El Rukin, his children were there. Larry Hoover, may God forgive him his sins and hope that he get released and come out and be a new man. And some of you all that know him, you tell him that I just sent to the grave. So what I didn't know him and never did know him, but I was talking to somebody getting out of the penitentiary. He did talk about his children going to school under Brother Wallace, as he called it. So you all need to know this. You all need to know that the work of Imam Warthi Muhammad is not a light work. It is a work that transformed the African American people. And the reason the enemy did not want us to have Stony Island, because they want to think that they would break the people's mind, break their spirit. But I'm going to tell you, Allah is rapidly restoring our work. I usually couldn't get a chance to speak any place. Tell you another thing. I got 3 more things that kind of bear with us before we get into the heart of our subject. I was at a gathering, political gathering, maybe another big reporter for some newspaper came up to me and he said, your name is, he said, you know, you're not just a councilman, you're an imam. Again, when reporters ask you questions, you don't know what they're asking, what they're leading to. He said, well, did you know you're the only imam in the United States of America that's an elected official? And I was standing next to one of my immigrant brothers, and he was brown skinned, but he turned red. So I said to the brother, to the reporter, Caucasian, I said, no, I wasn't aware of that. Well, I was aware of that. And then I told one of the immigrants, I said, well, you know, y'all never recognized me, so I didn't know it. I've never gotten invited to any of your affairs. Because I refuse to be a slave. I feel the same way that Bilal felt. May Allah mercy be upon Bilal. When Abu Bakr told him to call their dad, he said, Allah didn't free me for me to be your slave. Of course, the immigrant Muslim had nothing to do with us being free. Allah determined that. Now let's turn our attention to this model community. And one of the first appointments that Imam Warthi Muhammad made when he was a minister at Temple No. 2, later Masjid Al-Bilad Muhammad, was to bring a clinical psychologist to be his assistant, Dr. Naeem Akbar, to address the psychological effects of slavery. As you might know, I am a scholar of African American religion, actually American religion. Imam Warthi Muhammad was the first Muslim African American to ever tell his congregation to get therapy, and brought a clinical psychologist and established a department of human development. That's why there used to be 4,000 or 5,000, maybe 20,000 people a week coming to the mosque there on Stony Island. The parking lot booming, bartering. You can, if you didn't get a seat at community night, Imam Warthi Muhammad II, remember, I think he used to come. You're a little boy, a little young man. I would say a boy, young man. If you didn't get there by 7 o'clock, the seats would be filled. We were sitting on the chairs in the Cloud Muhammad School in the gym. Now, also, if you didn't get there by probably whatever June was, 11 o'clock, you can get a seat inside the masjid. That's the power of Imam Muhammad's teaching. Let me also tell you something. I was talking to somebody at University of Chicago last week, and I was saying that, they had a shooting at 53rd and Greenwood. And I said, that's where our temple used to be. I said, that area really deteriorated once we left. Because you know who used to pack 5335 South Greenwood? When Minister Wallace D. Muhammad was the minister, the place was packed. Because he never talked like the rest of the ministers He always had a riveting account. And I tell you something, I don't mean no harm. I have no disrespect to any of the other ministers. I know them all. I love them all. But I was a New York Muslim at number 7. It was August, I think, 73. Don't hold me to the years. I'm not good at years. I am a historian, but I'm not very good at years. And I went to the temple as a visitor. I was FOI in New York. And I heard Minister Wallace Muhammad. They said, the messenger's son is going to teach. And I haven't been right. I have been right ever since. He taught and never used the Bible, never used the mythology, never used the lesson. And everybody on the right, on the left side, I believe it was, the lost founder of the business used to say, every one of them joined them. That was a big achievement. Because he told them, he said, you who over here should be with my father. Now, he didn't say my father, but Elijah Muhammad. And then he had something to say to the Muslims. Imam Muhammad, from the beginning, and even in Philadelphia, that's why we're going to do a lot of work in Philadelphia, and I want to say this to you all. Allah has blessed us and is blessing us with financial resources and even donors that we can build our ministry where we'll grow. And what you say, you got a ministry? Yeah, the ministry. Imam Muhammad said he was born for the mission, right? If Imam Muhammad was born for the mission, then you should be born for the mission to help Imam Muhammad. And my mission is to spread the message of Imam Warqi Muhammad first to the Muslim African-American population and to the African-American and even to America. And by Allah's mercy, we have been able to address governors, senators. And so sometimes when I come into a gathering and I say something, the term they use, they see me come in, they say, that's right. Because I have branded that's right to stand up for us. And I don't go in an objectionable way, but I don't go in as Alfred Booker, as some senators, African-American Muslims, they're scared. My name is Jones. No, I'm Alfred Muhammad. You know, in the political arena, they call me count, but I don't even allow them to call me Alfred. They call me counsel. In the academic arena, they call me Alfred. But all in the public, they always say Imam of counsel. Now, what is that saying to you? They don't say that because I'm 5'4". They say that because they see me as an exponent of a new philosophy, a new theology, a new epistemology that's been given by Imam Warqi Muhammad. That he is creating in us government, self-government in the new world. And the first thing he created in the committee structure, which was under Dr. Mikhail Ramadan, who used to be Dr. Michael Bush, a graduate of Mahari's Medical College, a surgeon, board-certified surgeon. You all running around, listen to all these nuts, and people who are your enemies, you question the vaccine. What kind of Muslim are you? Allah said, obey Allah and obey the messenger and those who charge with authority. If my leader said he's going to take the vaccine, I would take it. If he said his children would take it, I'd take it. But I'm going to warn you. I hate to warn you. I love you. May Allah forgive you and help you. Imam Muhammad warned on the first Sundays that thousands, I think he said hundreds of thousands, will be taken off the earth. So this is a warning. You too ignorant to listen to wise guidance. Remember what the Quran says. He who refuses wise guidance is a fool. And we're told that the Quran goes on to say, leave him wandering in his aimlessness, wandering aimlessly on. So I'm urging you to take your vaccine. And if you are in a risk position, to take the booster. This is Islam, Al-Islam, guidance. The Quran is a book of guidance. It's not a book of riddles. I'm not putting down any other book. because I've studied scripture since I was a little boy. I respect other scriptures. I know some of you go behind my back and laugh, big fun. Oh, you was a Baptist preacher. Yes, I was. But Allah said, "Cum tu kariton ummete ukrijetana." You're the best brought out from the Baptist. You're the best brought out from the Methodists. If you're sincere and you heard the guidance of Imam Warthi Muhammad, we just had a student at Harvard University due to our teaching, as now he was studying to be a Christian preacher. Have you to know he's now studying to be an imam. Largely because my other son, Alfred II, started teaching him at Morehouse. And now he took his Shahadatain. First, he took it with some immigrant Muslim, and I told him you need to take it over again. So why do you need to take it over again? Because Imam Muhammad said, if you come out of a Christian experience, you have to denounce something. So I told him, you said that there's no God but God, and Jesus is not God, and Muhammad is his prophet. It's his messenger. It's Allah's messenger. I wrote, repeat, Muhammad is not our messenger. But we didn't have a message for him. He is our prophet. And he's Allah's message. Oh. And I just want to say something else, you know. I don't talk about my background. Once I was a medic in the United States Navy Reserves, and I heard Sister Coral Kadas say, speaking about vitamin D, they knew in the Navy back in 65, and most nutritionists know, that you could, vitamin D can be only given and absorbed by the body if it is given intramuscular. So it can be given in the arm or in the buttock. And that's why there's a lot of cancer we found in, as some of you might know, I'm being treated for prostate cancer. Every month, every 3 weeks, I take 10,000 units of vitamin D intravenously, intramuscular. Because the vitamin D that's in your stomach goes into the stomach, is eaten up by the acid. I'm not a doctor. You check it out, you find it to be true. Allah just inspired me to tell you this. Now, the committee structure the Imam established was the Ways and Means Committee, which was to figure ways and means of whatever the community needs were. Another committee was the Fairness Committee. And we as a community, whether it be divorces, whether it be contracts, whether it be disputes, we need a committee. We need that structure nationally and locally. And I hope when we have our convention, and I will insist, as I have been insisting, I'm not a dictator, but I will insist that we have that structure to see ourselves as a governing body. The next committee Imam created was the Child Interest Committee. The Child Interest Committee is to watch the development of children from infancy until adolescence and on through. We have to be responsible. Stop going around beating up on the American government. Stop going around beating up on other people, talking about what they ain't gonna let you do. Allah has established you as a people, and a people develop ways and means. They study the ways to deal with our children. They study the development. I'm gonna go back to what Elijah Muhammad told you in 1974. Stop blaming the white man for your condition. And I heard Imam Warthi Muhammad II say, stop romanticizing the bad boys. We have a tradition among our people where we romanticize the bad boy and then wonder why he ended up in the USP. Because nobody didn't whoop his behind in elementary school, high school, and on, and then where else he's left to be a psychopath. So let our Child Interest Committee develop strategies. Can't physically beat children today, perhaps not the best. But the thing is, we got to have a guidance system. And that's where the Child Interest Committee will be. And we are going to form here in Linden, we already started, a school of living. Not a masjid, we'll do Juma, but it will be a school of living. We have a very big backer who's going to help us with this. How to live. And these 9 committees will be implemented. So we are destroyed because we don't have the proper child development. And we're going to make a campaign, tell Daddy, come on back home. And tell the sister, stop pushing Daddy out of home. E. Franklin Frazier, the great sociologist, talks about in the 3rd chapter of his book, Negro Families in America, which was his first study, I think 1933 in Chicago. He speaks of mother in bondage. Let our Child Interest Committee study the effects of slavery, as Imam Muhammad told us. As Imam Muhammad told us, to go throughout the neighborhood and collect traditions of our people. Anybody said Imam Muhammad hadn't been on the case of building up ethnicity? What was Ethnic Survival Day? It was about building our people. What is Savior's Day? Savior's Day. Recognizing the many people among us who are saving us. I'm glad I had some lecture notes. I tell you, I've been lost, but I was told by Imam Yusuf Shah, used to be the captain of New York, he says, always keep you at least 5 lecture notes in your pocket. So when I'm talking to you all, I don't have to have lecture notes. You are my notes. And I can feel what you need to be addressed. Now, a very important issue for us as a people is a creations committee. That's why our artists, our painters, our dance company, we are a dance company in Chicago. I really identify more with Chicago than I do with New York, because that's where I get my training. That's why I became an imam. And some of you don't know it, I was very close to the top national officials. I guess they saw something in me from Captain Sharif, the Captain Elijah Muhammad, Wali Ba, all of them. I was very close. If they need an assignment, one thing I would say about them, if they thought you had something on the ball, they would call on you and ask you to help them with it. So I used to help, when I come to Chicago, I would help them out. Anyway, the Creations Committee, we should have a museum. Somebody immediately that can interview, should interview Usman Alamanza, one of the most important historical figures. If I have to fly to Chicago, maybe Allah spare his life so we can interview him, put him in an interview. One of you all in Chicago do that. We need to interview those people. And we should have a museum. We should be praying and working to have a museum in Chicago for the work of the first Imam Warathin Muhammad. And yes, even for the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, because the heir to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad's legacy is Imam Warathin Muhammad. That was the best of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. And the best of Imam Warathin Muhammad is Imam Warathin Muhammad II. How do we know that? Because in 2006, the Imam Warathin Muhammad I went to Springfield, Illinois, and changed the corporate papers to Imam Warathin Muhammad, the president, and he took on the role of president and gave him his intellectual property some years before that. Now, if there ain't enough, I think Ray Charles and Stevie Wonder and Jose Feliciano could see that one. And if any of you got any arguments, I'll give you free time on my radio show. We will restart. And by the way, I'm going to put a help wanted ad to you. Anybody who is a professional marketer, no scammers, you can write me, imamalfred@gmail.com. We're looking for a professional marketer, marketing company to market our work. Why? Because we don't want to just be talking to 100 people with the kind of energy we are giving out. And at my age, I want to give it all out. But I want the energy to reach thousands, not hundreds of thousands of millions. While I'm at it, I want to bring something to your attention. I'd like you all to go to YouTube to watch it. I have been working for the past 8 months on the freeing of 2 African Americans from Washington, D.C., one of which I found out is a Muslim that are falsely imprisoned in Ecuador. And we're trying to reach out to the Pope and the president of Ecuador to have these men freed. In fact, 2 Catholics are helping us. These men is the case of Ronell Stevenson. If you go to YouTube, you'll see Imam Alfred Muhammad and Reverend Conrad Bennett Tillett. We're interviewed on a TV show called DC Born Rob. DC Born Rob, YouTube, and put in the + Imam Alfred Muhammad. We're hoping before the end of this year to go to Ecuador and bring those men home. They all wonder why Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton get all the publicity. I'm not doing it for publicity. I just see 2 young men who unjustly been put in prison because they went down to Ecuador and bought farms. But go to YouTube. I don't have time to develop it, but that's the fairness committee, right? I'm a one-man fairness committee until I get some more people to help me. All right. The next committee that the man put in place was the Cultural Critique Committee. What was the Cultural Critique Committee? You know, we let all kinds of movies, all kinds of films. We'll let the hip hop culture just degenerate. And I ain't knocking hip hop. There's a big hip hop star right now. I'm sure he's watching us today because he intends to work with us. And if you're watching, you know who you are. I've met with you and I love you dearly. And I'm not knocking your genre, but I am saying it got to clean up and we got to build some healthy rap. But I told you to tell Mr. Jackson, also known as 50 Cent, we don't want lyrics, get rich or die trying. We want lyrics like, get rich and live to testify. Any Negro can die, but it take a man to live. And also push out another campaign we're going to run. It's called the Anti-KKK. Ken killing Ken. You ought to worry about the 9,000. We all worried about policemen killing you. Hey, if y'all stop killing each other, maybe the police will stop killing you. And we're going to launch that campaign right in Chicago. Not a 1,000,000-man march, 1,000,000 men walking through the neighborhood. This is what Imam Muhammad advocated years ago. Take the quote of Imam Muhammad and walk through Lawndale. Take the quote of Imam Muhammad and walk through the South Side. Walk through these neighborhoods. And I hope the Muhammad Grocery Service people will be with them and sell product, teach our men they don't have to be broke. They can buy product and sell it. And 20 years from now, they have a pension and they have a bank account and they won't be coming out of federal prison. So Cultural Critique, Creation Committee, create your own movies. Create your own theater. We had a dance company in Chicago. Imam Satubin and Uncle Tom didn't support it. Those sisters, I think they had to go overseas. But the time is right for us to have our own dance company, to have our own entertainment. Yeah, I remember the school, we had entertainment. I mean, 7341 Stony Island was jumping. Killings was down. Imam Muhammad had affected the whole of the South Side. And we're going to revive that. We're going to overflow by a large mission of mosque kids. It's going to reverberate throughout the South Side, even into Indiana. And then Imam created the Sikh Committee. There was a member of our community in New Jersey. This is a disgrace. He died in July. We didn't discover his body until October. Now, The Honorable Elijah Muhammad called for hospitals. The Honorable Imam called for a nursing home. What are y'all calling for? Another Quranic study class? You know, I was on my way to come to Brother Hafiz Muhammad's janazah, and I was riding in the car with an Indian, somebody from India. And so I know he was a Muslim. I said, you read Quran? He said, yes, I read it. But I read it in my language, Urdu. And I said, the fact he's riding in a car that I'm paying for, tell me pretty obvious how much he valued they learned it. He learned it in his language. So stop going out here pulling people away from business activity. No, you were teachers, you were imams, we should learn the Quran. But we're putting the wrong emphasis. You should learn how to open up a store. You should learn how to sell a merchandise. You should learn some education so you can advance yourself. Some of y'all learning Arabic, you should learn to speak the English language. I'm telling you, the first time I went to college, they made me take English as a foreign language. It was the best thing that ever happened. Because I didn't speak English. I spoke Spleenglish. Spleenglish is something that appears to be English, but when you say he do and who did, if you ever listen to the Imam, he had great grammar. His English usage was great. Why? Because the lesson told us, speak the language. For she knows all about it. In order to be successful, you must speak the language. All right. Okay. So some of y'all get these people all caught up in verbs and stuff. Hey, that's good. Let's not overemphasize that. We have disaster taking place all the time in the world and in our community and among our people. Since Katrina, what have we as a people come up with? Now, ICNA has come up with something. They have ICNA relief. Support the mosque care so we can have our own relief. The accident and mishap committee. And finally, the next committee is the Public Information Committee. To publicize what we're doing, to keep the members informed of what we're doing. And that's what the problem that we're hoping to do in New Jersey and throughout is political awareness. Do you know the average one of us, African American, even some of the African American elected officials, 99.9% of the African American political officials are not independent. They take direction from various bosses. I won't name them, but we're hoping very soon to have a similar entity that the way Imam Muhammad had formed, American Muslim Political Awareness Committee. But we need a Muslim African American Political Awareness Committee. The immigrants are doing well. They don't need no political awareness. They have most of the office. One of them has just recently appointed a federal judge. Don't you know we don't have even a Muslim African American federal judge? The Imam said we should be running for 20% of the seats in the Senate. And Sister Robin proposed something that was great, and we're going to make sure it happens, is a PAC, Political Action Committee. We should have millions of dollars. And let me tell you what people respect. This I do know about politics. First thing a politician will ask you, are you registered to vote? Got you. Then you look on the elect report. If you haven't made any contributions, they pay you no attention. And that's why there are some groups in this country are only 1% of the country, but they donate. And I'm not talking about where you donate $50. I'm talking where you donate in a group. So we need PACs all over this country. We need to say on a block, collect money. You go to a politician, the mayor of Chicago, a future mayor, and you say, Miss Mayor, Mr. Mayor, this is a contribution for the members of the Imam Working Muhammad's community. We're not contributing as a religious group, but we're the politically aware. He'll look up, he'll look on that sheet. He says, is there anything I can do for you? It's like the Imam Warthi Muhammad the first said it when he went to Mayor Daley the second, he said, you know, he just Imam just made a courtesy call. But certainly his father knew, Mayor Daley's father knew, the Amlak Muhammad. You all in these big cities, you should take Imam Warthi Muhammad to meet the various leaders. This is my leader. Don't be ashamed. Don't you run around talk me you a national leader. You know you ain't no national leader. Your name was Willie Bobo. This is 3 generations of leadership. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad, the first real established ethnic leader of our people had, succeeded by Imam Warthi Muhammad. Now Imam Warthi Muhammad II. People pay attention to legacy and nobility. And it's only a noble thing to do is to say you have a leader with a history, with a responsibility. And I think that concludes my notes. And the last committee is the steering committee. And I want to invite all you to say this thing. And you critics, shut up. $100 is too much. You buy that at Burger King. Donate, support the mosque cares. I used to donate to the mosque care, didn't have any money. I don't know where I was going to get the next money from, but Allah always seemed fit to give money to me. Fight in the cause, work in the cause of Allah, and Allah will bless you. I thank you. Thank you, Imam Warthi Muhammad. Thank you, Brother Imam Abdul Muhammad, for allowing me to speak. You all surprised me. You shocked me. I didn't know what I was coming on. Oh, man, where they got me? I thought I was in bad standards in the Nation of Islam. And then I got a call last week from Imam David Hassan and Fayetteville. They asked me to speak today. And then all of a sudden I looked at my phone and said, oh, this is a deal. And naturally, when I get a response from Imam Muhammad's office, I'm going to respond. Yes, sir. He said, you're on today. Okay. Well, lucky I had a set of notes, and I pretty much have know what I'm going to say to y'all. I just want you to know, dear people, I love you all. I may spank you from time to time, but it's a good spank. But I don't need to spank you. Not the people here at the mosque here, there's no need to spank you. Y'all such good, sincere, pure-hearted people. I was just sorry when I came in town for the repast. I couldn't stay and spend more time. I had to get back to New Jersey to work. But I want y'all to know we love you, we support you, whatever we can do. And also you can reach me, imamalfred@gmail.com. I would appreciate resumes from those of you who have skills in marketing and public relations, because we're looking to promote our work, which is our work to support the ministry of Imam W.D. Muhammad. We won't be satisfied if all the people in America know who Imam Warthi Muhammad is. Now, let me just say this, and this is real. I was in a class yesterday. No, not last yesterday, Wednesday. Wednesday at University of Chicago. So a man asked me, he said, I heard you were a minister, right? Yeah. And he said, what kind? I said, I'm an imam. He said, well, what community are you from? I said, well, I tried to explain. I am from what you would call, we came out of the Nation of Islam, but the nation went 2 ways. The one group went, Farrakhan was with us in 1977. He left. And so I don't know what kind of person he was. He pretty much just said, oh, you're Nation of Islam. No, I wouldn't say I'm the Nation of Islam. I'm a graduate of the Nation of Islam. I'm an evolved member of the Nation of Islam. I have gone from the concerns of just the Nation of Islam to the concerns of the global Muslim community, but I don't follow anybody but one of our own. That's Imam Warthi Muhammad. Dear people, thank you. Keep making dua for us, and we'll keep doing the work. Thank you again. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam. Thank you, Imam Alfred, for that presentation. We'll go ahead, and that's the featured guest presenter for today's December 1st Sunday community program. We thank you, as always, Imam Alfred, for your dedication and your service to the community. We're about to the end of our program.
Unless he wants to engage the audience.
And Brother Alfred, if you wanted to take questions from the audience, I saw.
Yes, sir. I certainly will. As they used to say in the nation days, if I can't answer the question, I'll get to the lead, he'll answer for it. No, I think I'll answer the question. I'll comment. Thank you.
Okay. I see one question. I see Sister Aisha Muhammad. Go ahead. I see your hand.
Assalamu alaikum.
Salam.
Imam Alfred, thank you so much for that wonderful talk today. You always enlighten us on our history, and you enlighten us on how we can move forward as this community. This is in reference to Brother Hafiz Muhammad. There is a video that I received from his sister, and I was wondering if we could share that on the Mosque Cares page. I guess this question is probably for Brother Imam Wallace. If we could put that video, that family video, on his page. He's talking now, so he probably doesn't. Oh, what happened? Oh. He's talking now, so I'm sure he doesn't hear me, but that's my question.
Yeah, we were. What?
I was asking his son permission.
Can you repeat?
I'm sitting next to his son right here.
I know.
We were trying to understand what you were saying, and this is.
Aisha, can you hear us?
So yes, that's a slideshow, and that actually is a good segue for us, because that was put together by Sister Tahira Janet Taladeen, and she has her business. That is actually her business, which is providing virtual janazas and virtual funeral services. So she actually had an announcement regarding that. But as far as the video, what we can do is probably send out the link for those who want to watch it. And there are members who have my contact information and our family information, or even you, Sister Aisha, if you want to share it with believers who want to see it, that's fine. But we want to allow this opportunity to Sister Tahira, since you brought that up. She does have an announcement pertaining to her endeavors. But in the meantime, the question for Imam Alfred, were there any questions for Imam Alfred pertaining to his presentation? If Sister Amira, I see your hand up. If you had a question for Imam Alfred or a comment, this will be that time, and then we'll transition into the announcements and comments from the First Sunday Community Program community, like we normally do prior to closing out, inshallah. Sister Amira.
Assalamu alaikum to everyone on the line. Thank you, Brother Alfred, for what you shared with us today. It was very enlightening. I'm so for recreating. I'm a student of Muhammad's University of Islam, so I was able to see a lot of things and witness a lot of things that you spoke about. And I thank Allah for having that opportunity to do that. I thank you for sharing what you did and leading us up to leadership of coming to the nation Islam, leading us up to the leadership of Imam Warthi Muhammad, and now his son Warthi Muhammad II. And Allah said, to whom much is required, much is to give back. And so those different committees that you named, some of we had before in the past, and inshallah, to move our community forward, we can reestablish those. Allah gives us what we strive for, and we should strive for all that is good. And when Allah blesses us with different programs, whether it's Arabic or ways and means, six, whatever, we should consider that a blessing from Allah, because it's all in our development. And so our main point is, after Allah blesses us with this, that we share and serve humanity with it. So I think you gave us some good ideas and tools and ways and means to, bring this to the forefront and help develop our community. So thank you very much, and that we support Imam Warthi Muhammad II. and with all that we have, and like I said, Allah give us what we strive for. So thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you, sister. And I have observed you over the years. You're an outstanding sister. And people, sisters such as you, are the pillars of this community. If the doors of the message is open, you're always there. And we love you all. I was telling the pastor, I said, I'm not good. I have to brag. We have the best members on earth. We do. You all are phenomenal. And I tell you something, it's just a matter of time before we start coming back together. And we're going to shape America and it will be good. I don't want people to get downhearted. When this community, not if, this community come together, African Americans will be woken up. And when African Americans will wake up, we will wake America. And America will wake up the world. And when the Muslim African American community wakes up, we will wake up the Muslim Ummah, which is sleep, while they snoring. We're slowly waking up. We're in our federal. But we're going to keep calling the band. And remember this, dear people, what Allah said, the band called it, said, As-salatu khayrun min al-nawm. Prayer is better than sleep. And we know that the prayer is really referring to the word of Allah. That we don't just get in our service, our devotional practices. It is the word of Allah. And what is the word of Allah? Allah, it is instruction, it's guidance, how to live our lives. And he was spooked up. Thank you, dear sister. Any other questions or comments?
Assalamu alaikum. Okay, yes, sir, Imam Alfred. Thank you for that. Thank you for the question and comment, Sister Amir. So at this time, if there weren't any more questions or comments for Imam Alfred, we'll go on to Sister Tahira. We believe she had an announcement, and we'll allow maybe about 10 minutes for believers to make comments like we normally do on the first Sunday. A lot of believers like to express their greetings and send the salam to the president. And it's always a pleasure to have us as a family. As Imam W.D. Muhammad II said earlier, we're a family, and this is a family environment. So we always allow at least 10 minutes or so for us to greet each other and acknowledge each other and express yourself as our history has taught us to do, inshallah. So at this time, Sister, thank you, Imam Alfred. We don't see any more questions or comments for you, so we'll turn it over to Sister Tahira for her remarks or comments.
Yes, Bismillah. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. I would like to say thank you to Brother Adele and Imam Muhammad II for providing the opportunity for me to invite you all to this blessed opportunity that my company, Hearts Connecting, is approaching, which I'll share in a moment. I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge our dear brother, Hafiz Muhammad Sr. It was my husband, Antar Jana's positive regards of the Mosque Cares and Imam Muhammad II that opened my heart and mind to gravitating to the Mosque Cares. But it was Brother Hafiz that opened the door for me to enter into the fold of the believers here at the Mosque Cares. May Allah make our dear brother grave spacious and filled with light, Ameen, and grant him a special place in the upper chambers of paradise, Ameen. My heart is with Brother Hafiz Muhammad's wife, Khadija, Brother Adele, and the Muhammad family, and all of Hafiz friends and community. May Allah cover your hearts with ease and comfort, Ameen. So regarding my announcement, I completed an 8-week business course for women launching and growing their business with Operation Hope, which is based back east. It was a virtual 8-week program. And I'm grateful and humbled to announce that I am one of the top 5 finalists to pitch my business, Hearts Connecting, to a panel of judges to win an investment of $15,000 towards my business. And this pitch contest takes place tomorrow, December 6th, at 3 p.m. Pacific time. That's 4 p.m. No, that's 5 p.m. Central Time and 6 p.m. Eastern Time. And it's will be broadcasted live on television. It will air on CIT Bank website, and it's like a Shark Tank style of me pitching my business. All of the top 5 panelists are women, minority-owned small businesses. And just as Imam Muhammad mentioned and Brother Adele mentioned, like I do consider you all family, and I would love for you all to view if you're able to. If you're pressed for time, I go on roughly around 6:20, 6:30 Eastern Time. I will post the link in the chat, so you all can just click the link and watch the recording. Watch the live viewing. I like for you all to make prayer for me. I'm confident that I will win the top prize. But your duas are welcome. And I got permission from Taj, Brother Hafik's daughter, that I will, this pitch is in honor of Antar, my husband, and Brother Hafik, and they will be mentioned by name for this pitch. So I just wanted to share that with you all, and I'll share the link in the chat in a moment. So thank you so much again for the opportunity. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam. Thank you, Sister Tahir, for that. And you said this pitch, you said you'll put in the information how the believers can support and watch you, your progress in this, not contest, but in this, what's the correct language that it is, Sister Tahir?
It actually is a pitch contest. So it's 5 of us. They have allotted $35,000. So each finalist will walk away with a cash prize. I'm focused on the top. So $15,000 for my business, and the other sisters will get a cash prize. So it's a contest. We're competing for the top prize.
Alhamdulillah. And so when we see our brothers and our sisters that are taking on these endeavors, and they're not only representing themselves, they're representing the community. So we should support them in any way that we can. If there's any way that we could vote for our sister to win, or if we can make comments during the presentation about how much we liked her and enjoyed her presentation and how much it helps the community, not only the Muslim community, but she also serves non-Muslims. So she's following in the leadership of this community, of the leadership of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and of our leader Imam W.D. Muhammad in serving humanity. So her business serves humanity. So we should support her in that endeavor. And she's sharing that information with us. She doesn't have to share that information with us. She could have won the prize, and we wouldn't even know what our community is doing. So we thank her for her efforts. All right. So at this time, we're going to thank you, Sister Tahir, for sharing information on your progress and your growth with your business and your service to this community. So at this time, we're going to proceed. I think we had a comment from a question. This is the part of the program where we will be transitioning to the conclusion of our program, and we will allow for comments and allow you to greet each other and greet our leader, Imam W.D. Muhammad II. We first have 2 hands up. The first hand that we see is Sister Tawanda, and then we'll proceed with Sister Aisha after Sister Tawanda. So after they go, just either raise your hand, and the rest of the community, you can open up your mics, and we'll begin to close out our program, inshallah. Go ahead, Sister Tawanda.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
I want to say to you, Brother Adil, you have my deepest condolences. You and your family and your mother. Allahu Akbar. And I want to say to you, Brother Wazdin Muhammad II, it's always a pleasure to see the both of y'all. And I just want to say assalamu alaikum to you and your family, and ask you how your children are doing. And I'm praying that everybody is doing well, because I love seeing you too. I really do. It's beautiful to see 2 brothers holding each other down, taking care of each other. And Allahu Akbar. And Sister Tahira, you know you my sunshine. I thank you, Sister Tahira, and I pray to Allah that you do very well. I want all my brothers and sisters to do well because it's enough. Allah has put enough out here for us. It's enough to go around. In the Holy Quran, Surah 108, abundance. Allah has given us abundance. And I pray to everybody. I want to say to Brother Akbar, I wish he was in Georgia just so I can get a ride wherever, anywhere, because that's what I used to do. That was my I used to professionally drive buses, Greyhound buses, MARTA buses in Atlanta. And I'm proud of you, brother. I don't know you, never met you, but I'm proud of all my brothers and sisters that's doing something, that's doing the darn thing. You know what I'm saying? I'm proud of y'all. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you, Sister Tawanda. And we appreciate your sincerity and your support for the Mosque Cares Ministry of Imam Deputy Muhammad. You're one of the many reasons that we look forward to the First Sunday Community Program, because that's what it's all about. You're a very strong supporter. We appreciate you.
Allahu Akbar. I just want to let you know too, I got my books and I thank you so much.
Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Sister Tawanda. Okay, we'll proceed with Sister Aisha.
Assalamu alaikum again, Brother Imam, Warfdi II. Thank you so much for everything you do. I value and appreciate you as a person, and a good human being for stepping into the leadership once your father made his transition, and you've been a help. You've been a help to me and my family. I mean that from my heart, and I love you and Deal. He already knows the special place that him and his family has for me in my heart. I know I've been away a few Sundays. I don't know if everyone knows this or not, but my youngest daughter has some health challenges, and I'm asking for the community to continue to just call her name and lift her up in prayer and dua. Every time you make a prayer for her, please ask Allah to give Halima the best health that she can give. So I just wanted to say that and just say thank you and thank the community so much. We've been through a lot in this community. We really, really have. We've lost some great leaders in our community. And every time I pray, I always want to remember them in my prayers, that Allah continue to lift them up and give them the highest place in paradise. And I was thinking that, Imam is where he is, and he got his leaders with him now. So I'm just grateful to Allah, to be a part of this, and just want the community to continue to pray for our community as a whole and to pray for my youngest daughter. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you, Sister Aisha. Wa alaikum assalam. We will continue. And Deal, we don't see you, but we still check up on you. And they've been keeping me informed, and I know that your families and our du'as have been with you, and we continue to make du'as for you and your family and Sister Halima. And I always see her doing better. Every time I envision her, I see her getting better and better in my mind and in my heart. And you have our prayers. And please give her the greetings from us, inshallah, when you next speak to her.
Yes, sir.
Alhamdulillah. Thank you, Sister Aisha. Next, we'll go to our dear sister, Ellen Rahman.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Thank you, Imam Warfdi Muhammad II, for continuing the legacy of our leader and your father. 13 years, and that's a statement. That's beyond a statement. I want to extend again my condolences to Brother Adil on the transition of his dad, our beloved brother, to Allah, a soul that was well pleased with himself and pleasing to Allah. And as Imam Ilham said earlier today, within the depths of our heart and soul, we just know that Allah blessed him with a high station, because Brother Hathic transitioned knowing that he was loved, he was respected, he was cherished, he was valued. He was loyal, he was dedicated, he was committed. He was truly committed and a pillar in our community, and we're going to miss him tremendously. That's heartfelt, because wherever we went, and we talking about over 30 years, wherever we went, we always saw Brother Hathic. We always saw him at work. And so.
And he was a joy. He was a joyful person.
Truly a joy.
Yep. That's what I'm gonna miss. I'm gonna miss his personality, you know.
Yes.
And so one of his kids got to get funny or something for me. Somebody got to measure up. I ain't gonna be happy.
I don't know which one. I don't know which one that's gonna be, because
I don't know. Maybe all of them.
You look at each
they
one.
Got a little sense of humor. Some of them got a sense of humor. I know.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Because each one I look. You know what? Maybe Hathic Jr. Because Brother Adil always got that serious look on his face.
His smile. I thought I saw somebody at his janaza that had a smile like his. It's somebody. It's his smile too. I'm gonna miss his face, and that bright smile and that look he have on his face, you know, with his eyebrows up like he ready for anything.
You know what, Brother Worth? I needed to hear that. I needed to hear that, because our brother was tremendously special.
Yeah, he's ready for anything, but
Yes.
always willing to lend a hand to help and to show love. And
Yes.
you know, that was him.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah,
So,
he with us. He with us here today.
Indeed he is.
Don't feel bad.
Indeed he is. Because the last time we saw him on camera was for our convention, and he was vibrant, he was joyous, he was comical, he was all of that. He was giving praise to the community, but that's how we'll remember our brother. Right. That's how we'll remember our brother. And so definitely want to extend prayers to Sister Aisha and her daughter with who's having health challenges. As some of you know, I've been dealing with health challenges myself these last few months, and inshallah, as with me, the prayer is for Sister Halima, is that Allah return us and to health restoration and optimal healing, that we can continue to serve our community, because there is much work that needs to be done. We're not finished yet. We have work to do. So thank you so very much. Alhamdulillah, on an excellent program today.
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. Thank you, Sister Ellen, and Ameen to your du'as. At this time, I would just, I know people, believers are making comments regarding our brother Hathic Muhammad. I wouldn't be his son if I didn't tell you like he would tell you. You know, if you love him and make a dua for him and support him, please support and donate to the Mosque Cares ministry of Imam W.D. Muhammad. If you look in the chat, you'll see the link there to where all you have to do is tap on that link, and it'll take you directly to the Mosque Cares ministry of Imam W.D. Muhammad's website. And that way you can securely donate to the Mosque Cares. In the chat, it should say the Mosque Cares donate. Just click that link and you'll be able to donate. Because what that does is that continues this long, rich tradition of work and legacy, this almost 100-year legacy and tradition of work, not only in these United States, but all across the world. So please support the ministry of Imam W.D. Muhammad. And it's in the chat. You're able to do so.
And that's the key, really. The key is your commitment and your charity, the donations that you give. and I can't mention the names of the believers, but the true stars, the people that I see that have Allah's mercy and blessings in their whole life are the ones that I see, because I've been, I was a treasurer under my father's leadership, and I continue to have my eye on the donors that donate. We're a small charity, we're a small group, and the money that we raise is not a lot, but we're a charity that's supported by the poor. And I don't know how rich or poor Hathic was, but he was consistent. He was consistent. That's all I'm gonna say. And it showed in his life, and it shows those of us that were blessed to be amongst his children and his family. And I hear he has 30, maybe 30 plus grandchildren. And that's a sign in itself. And one of the things that usually coincide with a successful person is a commitment and a loyalty, and not just a mouth service, it's loyalty. His charity and his donation always was on the top of the pile. And whenever I received it to make the deposits, I made dua for him, dua for everybody that, and a lot of you all know that's what we do. We pray for those that give their support and give their money. And Hathic, that was his spirit. And Ideal, he carries the same spirit that his father has, that if we want to be successful as a people, we have to unite and look at ourselves as being one. Look at our success, look at your brother's success as being your success, and look at our institutions of establishment as being all of our success. And the only way we can be successful is to continue to love it enough to support it. So yeah, Hathic, he said that's what Hathic would say if he was here, and I agree. That's what Hathic would say. One time, I wanted to tell him, put your money back in your pocket, man. He was always letting people know this is how we're gonna get ahead, and it's the truth. It's the truth. But we're gonna wake up to that one day when we realize how much money we waste on things that really don't advance our future. Yeah. So alhamdulillah.
Okay, I think we have a few more comments. I see Sister Najma. I think Sister Amira was first. We'll go with Sister Amira, and then we'll proceed with Sister Najma.
Assalamu alaikum. Brother, I think my hand was up from talking to Brother Alfred. I should have put it down, but I didn't want to say anything else.
No problem, alhamdulillah. Always a pleasure to hear from you. Okay, Sister Najma.
Yes, assalamu alaikum. Just wanted to make sure I give the greetings to you, Brother War II, and also you, Brother Adil, and give my condolences to you and your family. I want to make this brief, but I've been making dua to Allah that somewhere in this country we can find 100 supporters, the mosques and the publications, who can easily give monthly $100 a month, be it buying publications or just cash donations or whatever. And I think, well, 50 states, maybe we can find 2 people per month. But I don't know if we got people in states like Wyoming or the Dakotas who would support. But maybe if we have 33 states, 3 people out of those states can easily give $100 a month buying publications and cash, then that's 99 people. And since I'm suggesting that, I'll make myself number 1 to get it started. So inshallah, I'm seeking Allah's blessings on our mosque cares and the publications. That easily, $100, if you can do 25, find 3 other people, that's 100. If you can do 50, find 1 other person, that's 100. But I think with that, and some of the things that I've talked with Brother Dill a little while ago, all the things that the mosque cares, we need to support the mosque cares to the publications. And I'm making dua for that. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you, Sister Najma. It's such a wonderful thing. You see how Allah has the beauty in how she has opened her heart up to and commitment to support the ministry of Imam W. Imam. And she's not the only one. There are other believers out there like that what they do, they don't stop at saying, well, the rest of the community, I don't see people supporting the sister. She made the offer of the 33 states, 33 different states, $100. And, that sounded attractive. More people should have got involved. They're believers that I know they got every tape. I told Ideal this. I said, this brother must be buying. I'm like, he don't know that many people. He must be buying the tapes over again. But there's some people that have made personal commitments to buy Imam's intellectual property, and they send a check in maybe twice a month. It might be every week. I'm not sure, but I'm not going to name these people because y'all were going to bother them. And we got people out there that don't want to see a single person supporting the ministry of Imam W.D. Muhammad. For what reason? People have those diseased minds, and some people, when they see something, they want to figure out how to tear it down because they're not interested in building it up. So I protect the interests of believers that are like that, but we do have believers that are that committed. And until we all become committed to looking at ourselves as less as individuals and more as a community, then our hearts will open like the sister Najma's heart is open, and your mind will begin to work with you, and Allah will show you ways of how you can do more and how you can help. It's a great blessing to be a part of a community such as ours that has sincere and loyal supporters and people that believe in the work that we're doing and believe that it's vital to our future and vital to the success of us as not as just individuals, but as a whole community, So alhamdulillah. Yeah, but I'm not gonna go too much further into that. But that's what and with the 33, that's what I remember. The Lifeline. I think they started with a 33. There used to be some people were donating 30. What was the 33? The 33 years of Imam Muhammad. Yeah, I believe that's what it was. The 33 years of Imam Muhammad. So they found a point where they wanted to focus on for the contributions to ask or to encourage people to send their charities and give their support. I just want to show my appreciation and thank the sister for their efforts. But it's a wonderful thing to see believers that have that type of energy and have that type of love for us as a community, and not on just behalf of the Mosque Cares ministry, but on behalf of believers that are like Sister Najma and other ones that are out there, like Brother Hathi. He's not here. He can't condemn me for putting him out there. But believers like him that knew where they can do the most to give the most and to give the most support, not just with their striving with themselves and their lives and their physical bodies, but also with their personal wealth. That's the key. That's the key to success and seeing things done and that need to be done. This is what I was going to say. And that's where you get the help of Allah. I might not be doing myself or doing the community too much good, but look at Allah as being like a person like being in charge. He's the Lord and Master, and he's the cherisher, the one that cares for all of us, as like a mother, like a father, or like a person that's responsible for children. Let's say we're his children, and we're totally dependent, and we are all totally dependent on Allah for everything. There's nothing we can have in life without the Allah support. So we look at it. If we look at it that way, we need more than just money. Allah knows that. We need circumstances that are favorable to our success and our future. We're an aging community. No matter how much we've been saying it, I got old. I got gray hair saying it. I've been saying it forever. We're the young people, and when I was young, I had a little more macho and I was like, well, heck with them. They're going to turn their back on their community, all that the believers and the pioneers sacrifice. Let them go. Let them go to hell. They're going to find themselves in jail with the criminals. They're going to find themselves on the street, and they're going to find themselves not getting no love back from these people that don't care about them. They families right here. This is where they're supposed to be. And I kind of softened my tone. I said, well, maybe we better shouldn't take a hard line. Maybe Allah want to show them mercy. Maybe we should show mercy and invite our brothers in. You know, spend a long time waiting on them, trying to invite them in. And we still don't see. And then I started thinking, well, hell, you know what the young people we trying to get to come around, they're not young no more. You know, so there's a new generation. So I said, well, we may not even know the language. We don't know what attract them. We may not even know we're Asian community. We may not be able to bring the younger generations in. That's up to them, whether they want to come in or not, you know? So, but what I'm looking at is all along our good intentions and the goodness in our heart. Allah has blessed us and Allah has shown us mercy more so now than ever. And we just have to open our eyes to see it, that we have actually, the support due to people aging out, our community, just like a lot of communities, we ain't the only community. There's Jewish communities, Christian communities that era has passed. The time and their community, their support, the vibrant life that they had is starting to age out. So they make efforts to raise money, but no matter how much efforts or how deeper they dig in their pockets, the efforts seem to not be reaching the mark that they hope for, you know. But Allah has really blessed us, you know. Times have changed. And I see us making the effort without taxing ourselves more. If we make bigger efforts for these remote, this is what you call this, online, this is a remote, these virtual, that's the term. These virtual meetings, this is a gift from Allah. This is a total gift from Allah. All you have to do is invite your brother and sister, Savior's Day is coming up, to make a purchase of $100. He don't have to plan. He don't have to reschedule himself. He don't have to take time off work. He don't have to borrow from one opportunity, vacation, or anything like that. Allah has made it easy for you. And for those of us that know God's justice, he has not given us any excuses either. So for those of us that say that our heart is with the community and we want to see our what we believe is the culture or the life of the former graduate or the graduates of the Nation of Islam and the followers today of the leadership of Imam W.D. Muhammad, and we still feel just as strong about his ministry as we did when he was here on earth with us before 2008. And we pray for the future, the good future of his ministry and his works established in the life, and want to see the growth in the life and to see advancement of our people on the teachings and the guidance that he left for us. Those of us that are sincere about that, then we know that there's no excuse. There's no excuse. All I have to do is send $100 in. Well, I'm gonna send $200 in. I'm gonna send $500. I used to tell myself at the conventions, this is what I did. I don't know what it worked for you. I would put all the extra money I had in my pocket, and Robin, if she was here, she's an eyewitness. Some of my older children might remember. I said, I'm not leaving, and I would have the security follow me around the New Africa Marketplace. We might have called it something else back then before Imam Muhammad. And I said, I'm not leaving till I spend all the money in my pocket. And that's just what I did, because I knew that Allah would give me back tenfold. And he did most of the time through other avenues. That's what faith does for you, you know. So when you spend in charity, Allah gives that back. It's an investment in your own self financially. Some of the best financial investments I've ever made were charitable investments that the reward comes from Allah. And it's many times it's a financial award attached to your charity. But we know this, many of us know this, but the young don't know it. So a lot of times the situation, the circumstances of our young people is that they're not getting the message. And that's not by accident. You know, we have an enemy, a common enemy, and that's the enemy of all men and women of faith, is the Satan. He wants to defeat the plan of God. And if we're not passing on faith to our young people, and the reason and the value of faith, the true value, what it means to you and me, to our young people, then we don't have a future. Yep. So, whether the young people are showing up or not is what we do at home and behind the scenes is what's going to matter more than anything. Whether they're going to be here tomorrow while we're gone, So it's more than just supporting these events that we have. It's about establishing or continuing what the pioneers before us established, and planning the future, like Imam Muhammad said, for all of us, our future. We have to work for it, and we have to work for it by teaching the young people around us the value of commitment. And a lot of times, I know how that works. It'll be the thing, like my children in my house. I buy something store-bought. I spend all day cooking something, and what I'm cooking is delicious. But they'll eat the store-bought thing. I'm like, I understand it's healthy. And my children the other day, I made some turkey hash, and I looked up and they were eating some Greek yogurt. I said, either y'all doing one or two things. Y'all trying to eat up all my yogurt, so I wasn't nothing to eat for breakfast, or y'all just trying to snub your nose at me. Let me know that you rather eat something else, But sometimes that's what youngsters do. They want to test you to see how much of your will is in competition with God's will. I let them know it's all God's will. I'm just inviting you to what I believe is good. I love you. This food tastes good. You want some, eat it. If you don't, I eat it. I put it in the freezer and eat it later if I have to, And that's how we have to invite our children to faith. We have to let them know this is what God is calling us to. And I'm calling you because it did so much for me. Now you can accept it, you can reject it, but I'm telling you, it's good. It's better over here than it is over there, So I don't know, Allah knows best, but we can't give up, and we have to continue to invite not just our children. Some of us don't have children. We have to invite our neighbors. We have to invite our parents, our elders. We have to invite, those people we don't know, So that's the key. Alhamdulillah.
Okay, thank you, Brother Imam.
Yes, sir.
So, all right. Also, you could also donate. I'm typing in the chat now. We're typing in the chat now where you can donate to the Mosque Cares Ministry of Imam W.D. Muhammad. Also in the link and on the website at themosquecares.com. You can also donate via Zelle. Most of your banking institutions use Zelle. When you would enter the name to where you would want to send the Zelle payment, just enter the Mosque Cares Ministry of Imam W.D. Muhammad's email address, which is wdmministry@sbcglobal.net.
Right.
And we'll be typing it in the chat now. So I think we had another comment, and we'll start to wind down. We'll take Sister Tawanda's comment, and then we'll maybe take one after that, and then we'll turn it back over to our president to make closing remarks, and then we'll have, inshallah, Imam Elam close us out with dua, inshallah. Sister Tawanda.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
I just want to say this. We talk about the future, the children being the future. I'm an alumni from Sister Clara Muhammad School. And I used to always say, you are the future. I'm 59 years old now. So I am now the present. I am a present. And we as a people, we have got to come together. The bottom line, we have got to come together because everything we need is in our backyard. It's right in our backyard. Everything we need. Allah has put everything we need.
You know something, Sister One? I was just thinking about it. Maybe some of our kids are so bad that we don't want to see them in our future.
That's true,
because they used to tell us that we look beautiful, and they told us that you the future. Like, you have to set the example, you the leader. And guess what, Sister Wanda? We here today. But if we were telling our youngsters the same thing, maybe they'll be here tomorrow. Do we love them enough? Do we trust them with our future?
I know that's right.
Yeah, I trust mine with my future.
I know that's right.
To everybody.
I trust mine with
I can't speak to everybody.
That's the truth right there. But right now, We are the present. We are a present. And we got to stop trying to be politically correct. We got to live the life. We got to walk that walk and talk that talk, because the Holy Quran, it was our past, now it's our future. And the same thing that your father spoke about, brother, believe me, it stands strong right now today.
Yes, ma'am.
I didn't understand him when he first came on the scene because I was so into your grandfather.
Yes, ma'am.
I didn't want to accept anybody else. But now, today, I listened to his Taksim, and I'm like, oh my God. Allahu Akbar, because what he spoke about in 1975 still goes on right now today. We need that.
Yeah, it's the word of God that he taught. And a lot of us say, I always hear Imam Elam saying, you know, I said it a long time ago, but Imam Elam, he echoes it often, that Imam Muhammad is able to speak in the language that our mothers, you know, the plain English language, Black, African-American, you know, he's us. You know, he's not a leader that came to us. He is us.
That's right.
But he also has the message of the Holy Quran. He was a scholar of the Quran and a follower of Muhammad the Prophet, and a man who loved and devoted his whole life to God and scripture and understanding the scripture, to where I believe that Allah blessed him to be able to speak the message of the Holy Quran from his heart in the language that his mother taught him. And that's why Imam Muhammad, we can't credit no man with that, you know, because I would be saying he ain't a man. He a god or something, like he's superhuman. If you put him on a level of a man and give him the credit, I can't give him that credit. I have to give God the credit. That is the word, the inspiration that come from the Holy Quran and from the life of Muhammad the Prophet that gave him that gift. The gift that Imam Muhammad possessed is really God. It's really God's work. It's the message. I believe it's the true message of the Holy Quran. It's the true message of God. And we're just blessed in this day and this time to be able to receive it. It's a great for us to receive it. Yeah.
And I want to ask you too, brother, Imam Wazdin Muhammad II. Do y'all still have catalog B7, Islam's
Yes,
climate?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right.
I think it's $13 or something like that. Yeah, yeah. Just order it. Yeah.
It's not on the site because I tried to order it the other night.
Yeah, we took it down from the site because I have a limited amount, and I would have to reach out to see what the supply is, because the supply is from I believe the first edition, I think, and I don't know if there's a second edition. I'm not sure, but I have some copies.
Okay, so just hold me one because I'm getting ready to send some money to you, brother.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, put me to work. I appreciate
all right, it. I'm gonna do just that. Assalamu alaikum. I love you. I love you. Assalamu alaikum.
Love you too. Wow. Thank you.
Thank you, Sister Tawanda. Okay, we had time for one more question or comment or remark before we close out with remarks from the Imam, and then closing dua with Imam Elam Muhammad. I don't see any hands or any open mics. So at this time, we'll allow, okay, looks like Sister Najma.
Yes, Assalamu alaikum. One more thing. I want to encourage everyone on this call and beyond to get the catalog of the WDN publications and make it a goal to develop your library where it includes everything in that catalog. Assalamu
alaikum.
And you can get that catalog at wdmpublications.com. And you can just request a catalog.
Yeah, request
and just pay the shipping and handling. Yeah. The catalog is free.
Yeah.
You just would pay, I believe it's $250 for the shipping and handling.
The package and the mailing cost. Yeah.
Okay.
And that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to build my library.
Yes, ma'am. Well, that's my job. So put me to work. That's what I want to do. I want to see your library full.
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, it's beautiful. I really enjoyed this speaking with you all, you know, and alhamdulillah, and being a family and being able to share. But y'all don't forget, Hathik did what Imam said. Imam said, don't fear poverty. The tool of the Satan is fear. That's his tool. His tool is to put fears in you. Fear of poverty, fear of loss of power, love, wealth, or whatever it is. Satan's only weapon is fear. And Imam said, don't fear having more mouths to feed. He said, because Allah will bless you with more help and you'll be wealthy. Hathik died a wealthy man. He had 30 grandchildren, you know, and blessed. We only pray that we could all be as blessed as he is and was, you know. So alhamdulillah. So yeah, don't fear poverty. Have more babies. Have grandbabies. Most of us grandparents, we should be grandparents. So tell your grandkids, don't be afraid. You know, I help you babysit. I help you with some of them, buy some of them diapers if I have a little extra change in my pocket. But we should never fear growth. You know, that's one thing they can't take from us. They, you know, we can grow as a community, and you should want to see more people with your mind and more people like you. And that's what family is. Family is a reproduction of your own mind, more so than anything. Yeah.
I'm a great grandmother.
Okay, all right. Alhamdulillah. See, that's a blessing. And you
Yes,
love that
it
little
is.
one, don't you? You love them
I
little
sure
kids.
do. I have 6 great grandbabies and 2 more on the way. And I got 6 grandchildren. Yes, sir.
Yeah, we need more of us, more of us from our community. That's what the world needs. Yeah. Alhamdulillah.
Okay, Sister Amir, I see your hand up again.
I just want to say that this has been such a wonderful, enlightening program, and thank you all so much. And you have really fulfilled my soul. Alhamdulillah, Rabbi Alameen. Assalamu alaikum.
Okay, I'm not sure.
Yeah, assalamu alaikum, peace. I'm hungry. I gotta go eat.
All right.
I hope some of y'all cooking and eating and feeding. Don't blame the first Sunday for y'all not making dinner tonight. Don't blame me.
You funny.
Okay.
Yes, it's coming to dinner.
Right.
Alhamdulillah. Okay, thank you all for joining us. I will turn it over to Imam Ila Muhammad to close us out with dua.
Yes, sir. This dua is for those who have passed and those who are sick and so forth in closing. So, Hathik is not with us, but we pray that he's in paradise and all those who have passed around the same time, so forth, that they're in paradise. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Ar-Rahmanir Rahim. Maliki Yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdina siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladina an'amta alayhim. Ghayril maghdubi alayhim waladdallin. Amin.
Ameen. Thank you, Imam Ilham. Thank you all for joining us again for the first Sunday, and that concludes December. I guess this is the last first Sunday of the year.
Yeah. So Happy New Year's in advance, and I hope everyone enjoyed their Thanksgiving and had the opportunity to have a sit down and have a meal and enjoy a meal with somebody that loves you back the way you love them. Alhamdulillah. And happy and prosperous New Year. We're going to pray we defeat all the evil that exists in the world. If we can't defeat the evil in the world, we're going to defeat the evil that exists in our own personal life, or our own personal space. Next year, we're going to seek the blessings and the mercy of Allah.
Allahu Akbar.
Allahu Akbar.
Ameen. Assalamu
alaikum.
Is that David?
Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum, brother. You know you're supposed to announce yourself. We can have bosses like you standing in the background in the shadow. You gotta speak up, man. How you doing?
This is first Sunday when the sun is up, their shadows cast.
I knew you were gonna say something clever. I knew you were gonna say something clever. Good to hear your voice.
Assalamu alaikum, brothers and sisters.
Assalamu alaikum. Please tune in for the next first Sunday, which will be the first first Sunday of the year, January 2nd, 2022. That'll be the first Sunday of 2022. January